Yeah.
if you want to.
Okay.
Or you can, of course, use your trusty laser pointer.
Right.
And this is in the edit mode of the PowerPoints because people, and Barbara was
I'm going to use that.
I love that. Okay.
Well, good afternoon. I hope you've all come back well-nourished for this afternoon's proceedings. It's my great pleasure to begin this afternoon with Paul Miller as we sort of segue from Europe to America, right?
That's it, Maureen.
Okay.
And I admire your perseverance, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin, however, with just a little bit of a formal note of thanks to the board and staff of the Ringling Museum for their enthusiasm and fortitude, perseverance as well in seeing this exhibition through to fruition. It has been a project that both organizations, I think, have dreamt of for decades now, close to 20 years, and it is indelibly imbued now with the spirit of Virginia Brilliant, her dynamism and originality. Congratulations, Virginia. I would also just very personally and briefly like to thank a few colleagues who have not yet been acknowledged, and they would be Michelle Scalera from the Conservation Department of the Ringling for having restored the integrity of countless objects that were in limbo for ever so many years. And also I would like to thank Ron McCarty for his having... the ever youthful Ron McCarty, who again 20 years ago told us that there were stray bits of the Gavet collection in varied locations in the Ringling. He did a little archaeological dig and began the first scavenging, and we owe much to your carrying the torch on what we now know as the Gavet Vanderbilt Ringling collection for these decades. Well, I would like to reintroduce now, a bit more formally, a character who is, of course, iconic and who is, here she is, being a little shy on the screen now, becoming really one of the symbols of the exhibition. On our left, we have none other than Alva Vanderbilt, née Alva Erskine Smith of Mobile, Alabama, a fact of which she was particularly proud. And on the right, not her Quasimodo, but her architect, Richard Morris Hunt. And you can probably guess what his costume is, or maybe not, but in any case, both costumes are particularly illustrative of the whole theme of the symposium and of the exhibition. Mrs. Vanderbilt on our left is dressed by the fashion designer Worth after a painting of a Venetian Renaissance princess by Cabanel. And if you'll notice the backdrop, what is she standing in front of? No doubt she chose this photo backdrop in the studio of the New York photographer Mora, but it looks like Kazan. It is her version of the Doge's Palace in Venice, and the columns serving as a backdrop in the immediate foreground are her version of the Basilica of San Marco in Venice. And of course, as Basilica San Marco is invested with hundreds of thousands of pigeons, they have been replaced here with taxidermied doves. But look a little bit beyond that image. Look at the cut of the jaw. Look at the determined gaze. She's quite a person who would have intimidated, no doubt, John Ringling. She would have found him not at all urbane. And she also is curiously dressed. Why as a Venetian Renaissance princess? Well, when she was commissioning Hunt to build her house in New York between 1878 in 1883, Hunt presented what he thought were very classic Chateau of the Loire plans to the client. Her immediate response, according to the chatty friend of Alva Vanderbilt, Elizabeth Drexel, her response was, "Dear Richard, you've given me the Palace of the Doges in Venice." Again, with Alva Vanderbilt, who was primarily a socialite, and I hope you will understand this, the rigorous pace of society as a career did not permit her the luxury of authenticity, which was our focus of the debate this entire morning. To her, it was really all about the theatrics, the mise en scène, and you'll see this as we progress in just a few minutes. Now, Richard Morris Hunt's choice of costume is equally illustrative. He chose, and this is, by the way, for the Vanderbilt Ball in March of 1883, the most lavish costume ball in 19th century America, which served as a coronation of Alva Vanderbilt, more or less as queen of American society of the moment. And Hunt went, he decided on the theme, as the Gothic painter Cimabue. Now you're going to wonder, why Cimabue? It's just so recherché. It doesn't make any sense. Who on earth would have understood? You understand Venetian Renaissance princess, you understand a Louis XV. Well, Cimabue symbolized the transition from the Gothic to the Renaissance. Cimabue was a master of Giotto, first acknowledged painter in the Renaissance tradition in Italy. And Hunt was very conscious of this approach. In other words, here again, we're blurring the lines between the Gothic and the Renaissance, and we're creating what both client, and this is the theme of my presentation, what both the client and the architect thought as Gothic improved. It's a composite version of styles and favorite motifs that they drew from a variety of rather iconic sources. Now, I'm a little bit worried about the image before we move on the left, because Virginia has become particularly fond of it. And the cause of my concern is that she wants to eliminate the taxidermy doves and replace them with a whip. And this is a very interesting stylistic point, because indeed Alva was the ringmaster of American society, both aesthetically and socially, politically, for the span 1883 through 1914, unquestioned in her power. You might also know that as a young woman, she had spent her summers as part of the very socially correct but somewhat impoverished southern colony in the resort of Newport, Rhode Island. And on this relatively modest 3-acre site in Newport, she lived in, horrors of horrors, a rented timber frame cottage. Her family did not have the means. They were planters and cotton brokers in Mobile, but they did not have the means to buy or build their own Newport villa. They rented, and later in life, Alva, triumphant again after having launched the Vanderbilts as really the reigning family of taste and society in New York in 1883, returned and, desperate to prove her authority over Newport, decided to buy that very same cottage lot that her family had leased in the years before the Civil War, and erect on its site her version of Mastering Versailles, the marble house at Newport. Now, in this, it's rather curious. We might look at this slide and say, welcome to the William K. and Alva S. Vanderbilt Memorial Museum of Art. For only 13 years separated in age, John Ringling and Alva. Alva was a senior, but we've been speaking of them as if they were completely different generations. And John Ringling was dredging up remnants of a far distant past. In reality, they were relative contemporaries. And if you were to ask any American of taste and education in late 19th or early 20th century America, who would leave a museum, who would be remembered for their collecting of European fine and decorative arts, no one would have thought of, even remotely, of the name of John Ringling. One would have been quite confident, however, that the name Vanderbilt would be permanently enshrined in a major national museum, not necessarily Newport, because the scale of the cottage colony, as you can see quite readily, did not permit the construction of appropriate museum galleries, but perhaps in New York. And in this, when you look at the interiors of Marble House, you can see quite readily that the whole notion of a Gothic room was not necessarily a given. In fact, when you see the reception rooms on the screen now, you begin to wonder, my God, what a deviation from a brilliant theme Hunt underwent or was subjected to. You see on the left the dining room, which is very Rothschild-inspired. It's a composite, really, of Rothschild interiors in Paris of the mid-19th century, and Versailles, again, revisited. Versailles improved. It's the Salon of Hercules, or the Salon d'Hercule, in Versailles, with a wonderful portrait by Testerlin of Louis XIV over the mantel. To the right, a Van Loo portrait of Louis XV. Again, all extended members of Alva's family. The chairs are an improvement, again, on Versailles, where the Furniture in the days before the financial difficulties of the late 17th century were solid silver. Here again, Alva has improved upon that version and done gilt bronze chairs. They're quite monumental in scale. On the right is the ballroom or grand salon. And when we read the contemporary accounts of the room, it's very interesting to note that this room did have a period inventory. It was called a Louis XIV inventory, and it consisted of the first gathering in America of period and much reworked, granted, Boule furniture, inspired by the Wallace collection, of which just one Boule Revival Bureau Plat remains in situ today. In the lower left, the Rococo Library, and then the Petit Trianon-inspired Great Hall. So when we visualize these interiors, by the way, the Boule mostly went to another family home, Blenheim Palace in Oxfordshire, where the state rooms were redecorated by Alva's daughter Consuelo, or rebuilt, I should say, between 1897 and 1901. The next image is, we don't seem to be moving very fast. The next image will explain the whole notion of the evolution and the sudden transition from that Versailles splendor to a medieval Gothic Renaissance interior. This is the great house which launched the vogue away from brownstones on Fifth Avenue in New York towards the palatial Chateau of the Loire, which were to become Hunt's specialty after 1883. You see the Vanderbilt mansion on the left, and on the right is the iconic image in France of a secular bit of good late Gothic flamboyant architecture, the mansion or townhouse of Jacques Coeur of 1453 in the central cathedral town of Bourges. Now, when you look at the two, I think you can see the obvious parallels. The contemporary press and architects of the age thought that the townhouse in New York was more inspired by Blois, but as you'll see shortly, it's far more of a direct reference to Bourges for a variety of reasons. And Bourges was not altogether that exotic or far-flung a choice, for in the 1880s, a series of studies were created of its interiors and widely disseminated and published in Paris. They may have assisted in the design of the interiors of New York. In the top, you see by Herder Brothers, the banqueting hall, proper musicians' gallery, an unusual stained glass program, which was rather novel for a secular Gothic-inspired structure, but done by the master of the resurrected art of French stained glass in the 19th century, and a friend of Richard Morris Hunt's, Eugène Oudinot. The glass was executed by Merson, and illustrates the Renaissance theme of the meeting of Henry VIII and Francis I and the feel of the cloth of gold. Now, beneath is the adjoining salon. In other words, if you went through those heavy metallic embroidered velvet portieres in the New York townhouse, you would arrive in this Gothic salon. Totally logic. This room would have been placed just here to your left at the corner where you see these this fenestration. This would have been the site of the salon in New York. And in Newport, the salon was, the salon was displaced. This is actually what took its place. So you can imagine, rub your eyes, leave that medieval banqueting hall, and you enter into what was in New York of the period, the first high-style French interior in North America, the Régence Salon by Richard Morris Hunt and his decorator, cabinet maker, Jules Allard of Paris. It was to have a profound impact once the formal housewarming took place in March 1883. For if you can visualize French-inspired interiors in America prior to this date, 1883, they were not archaeologically correct in precise detail. And what I mean by that is this is the first instance of a proper scaled cornice leading to a beautifully decorated stucco relief ceiling. The ornament and scale of the wall paneling or boiserie is academically correct. The reference is to one specific period, France of the first quarter of the 18th century. It's also the first installation in North America of a complete tapestry series, something that remains to our day virtually unique. It's the Beauvais Love of the Gods series after cartoons by Boucher. And the instance is a Parquet de Versailles floor, academically correct, although not necessarily period furniture. And the whole raison d'etre for the room was, of course, shopping. In July of 1882, Alva had not attended but purchased through her agent, the Wertheimer firm in London, the first major pieces of French royal furniture again to enter America. And you'll find that Alva was the self-styled queen of the firsts. She was the first great female patron of architecture in the United States. She was the first so-called Southern aristocrat to marry after the Civil War, a nouveau riche, industrial New York-based fortune. She was the first woman in society to cut her hair short in a bob. She was the first to publicly divorce on the grounds of infidelity her husband, William K. Vanderbilt. She was the first to embrace the suffrage movement. So here you see her as patron of the arts, again being the first, without being overly concerned with authenticity, the first to create in America a proper French period room. The sale of the Duke of Hamilton's collection took place in July of 1882, and the room was inaugurated in March of 1883. I think if you do the math, you realize that she was determined long in advance not to create a connoisseur's collection, but to buy the signature pieces that were the most discussed pieces in the international art market of the period, regardless of the cost. And she did pay record-setting prices for the period for the Riesner secrétaire bâton, the secretary desk in the lower left corner, and a matching commode made for, very important, Marie Antoinette, Provenance at the Chateau of St. Cloud by Riesner. On the right, however, you see that Allard was very busy, for at the same sale, Alva's brother-in-law, Cornelius Vanderbilt II, bought another, thought to be by Riesner, secretary cabinet. You see that in the lower right. And of course, like Alva, he couldn't display this in a Gothico Renaissance interior. He too commissioned from the firm of Allard & Sons, again Hunt's favorite decorator of choice, a properly scaled Louis XVI interior. Now, because of the volume of the Vanderbilt commissions, Allard opened a New York branch in 1883, and you notice their French billhead on the left and the American on the right. What do we see? Well, in the French version, it's rather straightforward, complete furnishing plans, artistic sculpture, decoration hangings, artistic furniture. But in the American version, architectural decoration, that's to say a comprehensive whole. And on the bottom, of course, art furnishers. Of course, they were obviously planning on supplying a deal of art for interiors meant to explicitly receive them. The Vanderbilts, by the way, began to perfect this notion of the French room, which became synonymous with their taste. On the top is the salon of 1 West 57th Street, again, Cornelius Vanderbilt, brother-in-law of Alva's Interiors in New York. Again, notice the scale of the ornament. Notice the fully developed, archaeologically correct cornice. Forget the furniture. And then on the bottom, you see the inspiration for the room, one of the great icons of 18th century French design, the hotel or mansion of Jacques Samuel Bernard in Paris. This room on the bottom was actually bought by Edmond de Rothschild in the 1880s. His townhouse in Paris, Hotel Pontalba, was redecorated around it. And I'm showing you this because it's quite interesting how archaeologically precise the Vanderbilts were in their revival interiors. On the bottom shot, you have the period wall paneling. Above, again, is a reproduction. There were no, for example, there were no precedents of large-scale salons or ballrooms in 18th century French architecture. They needed to blow out the wall paneling, obviously, and to repeat the cornice to accommodate the social aspirations of the period. But, again, they were closely basing the interiors on established precedent. The next interior I wanted to show you again to finish up on the role of the Vanderbilts is first, is they introduced, this is again a logical evolution, the first true period room in America. And it had a direct affiliation with the room on the left in the Victoria and Albert Museum. They came from within a few feet of each other. The room on the left is the first period room installation in Great Britain. The Maigre de Serre room by the carver Rousseau de la Rotière, donated to the V&A by Mr. Jones. with the Marie Antoinette provenance, which was purely manufactured. On the right, again, the Marie Antoinette room at the Breakers. The left room was the cabinet. The right room was the salon in the same house. Marguerite de Sérieux, Paymaster General of the Royal Armies. But again, notice the quality of the carving, if you will. It is, again, period. The cornice is somewhat truncated, but it's the first instance in either a museum or secular or domestic interior in the United States where a period room was expressly transported. Minor alterations occurred, but the first installation really of a period room meant to receive archaeological fragments. Now here you have the Gothic room as it is today in Newport. It was restored between 1992 and 1996 by members of the Annenberg family of New York. And you can see that, and we've discussed this earlier, it's a classic example of flamboyant tracery. The wall paneling, the chimney piece looks to be period and relatively archaeologically correct, but it isn't. And I go back to the reason I just mentioned. There simply weren't enough secular Gothic interiors. You've seen the Hotel de Cluny, you've seen the mansion of Jacques Coeur in Bourges around to create an assemblage of fragments to answer the scope and ambitions of this room. What do you do instead? Well, again, you copy established precedents. And in the case of the Vanderbilts, they were lucky in timing. You saw that blueprint that was drawn up for the New York Salon in 1882. Well, in exactly that year in Paris, the architect slash professor Viollet-le-Duc created something called, and Jacques had mentioned this earlier, the Musée de Sculpture Comparée, which was the Museum of Comparative Sculpture, whereby casts were taken of major monuments throughout France. Those casts were brought to the city of Paris and made, like the V&A, like the Union Centrale des Arts Décoratifs in Paris, available to tradespeople. Sculptors could study them. Workmen could come in and take measured drawings. And to us today, it's also hands-on, which seems rather odd. It was a museum. Once the casts were, however, on display, the access to the molds seems to have been a little bit curious, and many of the molds were leaked into the building and decorative arts trades. So the chimney piece you see on the left is the casting taken in between 1882 and 89 of the Hotel Jacques Coeur chimney piece. Here you see it in its Newport rendition, but of course embellished. Embellished quite simply because it's this notion of Gothic improved, and Gothic improved, of course, meant that the simple chimney piece at Bourges was not sufficient. It needed to be greatly added on to. And where do you go? Again, lack of examples, lack of precedent. The Hotel de Cluny, this is an interior of the late 15th century chapel in Cluny. You'll notice that the tracery rib vaulting proved to be an inspiration for the Gothic room. And look at the niches to the left, just below the vaulting of the ceiling. These would serve, again, as an inspiration grafted onto the Jacques Coeur prototype for the interior at Bourges. This isn't advancing as well as we would hope. It's the spirit of Émile Gavet, I think, Virginia. The next interior I wanted to show is of... Thanks. I'm sure I've opened a garage door somewhere, but this doesn't seem to be quite what we wanted. Thanks, just fast forward. This is the tracery wall decoration in the room. On your left, you have the design, again, based on the New York precedent, so the doors are largely decorative. They're false doors. They would have answered, again, the circulation road of the New York interior. This is oak. On the right, believe it or not, this is not oak. This is plaster that has been colored to simulate oak, and it is actually a cast, again, from Bourges, displayed in the Musée des Monuments Français, the successor to the Musée de Sculpture Comparée, and it would have been on exhibit, curiously enough, in 1889, just when this room was being designed by Mrs. Vanderbilt, and of course the decorator Allard. Unfortunately, those blueprints, I'm saying Allard, are not signed, so we really don't know definitively. We don't have a smoking gun who the author was, but we presume Allard for a variety of reasons. This is, by the way, the sacristy portal exhibited in 1889, that very seminal summer when Alva Vanderbilt was in Paris with Richard Morris Hunt. And if you look closely, you'll see again, the pinnacles that are used, the sprockets, and then this curious angel device holding a shield. Fascinating. Here you see it in its Newport version in oak. And then to reassure you that Hunt didn't have exclusive access, of course, to these casts, this is a version that exists in the Banker's Paris townhouse a few steps from the Invalides. Also, the interiors made extensive use, one of the first collections really of important medieval stained glass. Now here we know that Oudinot wasn't directly involved. It's not his thing at all in scale. The view in the upper quadrant shows you the very rare New Carroll view of 1909 with all its extraneous seat furniture. But the glass itself, which has now been recreated, for it was removed in 1926 by Joseph Duveen, hopefully for sale to Mr. Hurst, who didn't bite. It was subsequently sold to a Swiss private collection, is 13th century. The roundels are archaeologically correct. The martyrdom of St. Lawrence from the Church of Allweiler near Koblenz, Germany. The grounds are neo-Romanesque, sort of 12th century in style, probably done by the man named Félix Gaudin, who was working on the Belmont Chapel in Newport in the period. As for other suppliers, well, although we don't know, again, firmly the name of the decorator involved in this Gothic commission, we do know that the litany of suppliers is standard Paris suppliers of the age. Brical for the door and window hardware, Baguez for the chandeliers, and the art of the hang is ever so crucial to our study. In the art of the hang, the question that was posed by Émile Molinier really is, tell me what you collect, and I will tell you who you are. Fascinating little parallel, because obviously he had in mind the great, and we discussed this at length, Jewish financial families of Paris of the period, led by the Rothschilds, and there was a considerable, perhaps, amount of envy. The Vanderbilts trying to be taken seriously internationally as comparable collectors. And, of course, also, who were they visiting, the Vanderbilts, in their summer of 1889? Well, Hunt had gone on from the Vanderbilts to stay with the Duc d'Aumale at his chateau of Chantilly. So he could have gone back and say, listen, the Duke, the head of the Legitimist party in France, has a wonderful Gothic room. He's bidding against you in these sales in London and Paris. You've got to have your own. And then, of course, they also, Hunt and George Vanderbilt, went on to stay at Ferdinand de Rothschild's Waddesdon. Now, when you look at these rooms, the problem, as opposed to Waddesdon, is that these are not in the family's private apartments. They're public reception rooms. You would have seen this room only at a glance when you're being twirled around the dance floor. The ground floor would have been empty. The ballroom is right next door. And you would have just been looking at this art, like the paintings in the family's New York galleries, in a very quick parting glance. So it really is all about giving you a quick impression of wealth and opulence, and to a certain degree connoisseurship. The art, as we've discussed significantly already, was, of course, hung in a mathematical formula, and again, largely the art of the hang derived from Gavet's Paris apartment. You know all this intimately by now. This is Alan Chong's cherished cassone, which was sadly not recognized as being period by the Preservation Society and sold in 1969 for minimum sum of under $100 as being a dilapidated 19th century gilt chest. But you will notice that the two standing soldiers, flank a similar disposition, a similar case in Newport. You'll see, of course, this wonderful marble relief of the Nativity with the St. John the Baptist by Della Robbia, hung in a very similar installation in Newport. Here you see, for example, on the seawall, the Della Robbia hanging, of course, over the Nativity, and then this extraordinary Andrea della Robbia, now in part of the Lehman bequest to the Metropolitan Museum. You'll also notice, of course, the rather stringent symmetry of the chimney piece wall with the two flanking paintings in their identical custom-made frames. by manual. The frames we believe to have been created by the cabinet maker Lebrun in Paris, a man who specialized in period-looking Renaissance frames for Duveen and Company. And again, our little sign, I do apologize, is not being quite that correct. This is, of course, perhaps the most explicit reference to the inspiration drawn directly and the art trade of the period from Gavet. On your right, you have an illustration from the catalog. All of the ceramics, the glassware, the boxes within were bought for Newport. They were rearranged ever so slightly in the vitrine on your left. The vitrine shelves, however, are the same shelves. In other words, they simply butchered the cabinet, kept the base because it looked a little bit more period, and transported the rest to Newport. Ditto with the metalwork cabinet, where here the disposition remains almost identical except for the shift of the monstresses on the top shelf, almost identical to disposition, and again on the same, very same velvet-lined shelves as in Newport. This whole notion of art being subservient to the architecture is a fascinating illustration, and not altogether that alien to the period. This is what a sad thing to do to a Sandro Botticelli. This is the restored, it's now in Bern, as you know, restored format of this work of the Agony of Christ. And here it is with this exceptional pie crust frame as installed in the Gothic room at Newport. In other words, it was a faux period frame was made for it, and all of the surround was filled in. In fact, in Paris, there existed a whole trade known as rentoileurs, reliners of canvases, who specialized in this sort of manipulation. This is now in Newport, too. It's in Andrea della Robbia, and it's maintained one of the few Gavet frames. Here it is in the 1897 views of Gavet's Paris apartment. But look closely. You can see that the contrast in the blue glazes indicates that all of the surround is infill that was added on to extend the historic work into the modern, more operatic neo-Renaissance frame. Again, very typical of the aesthetic of the period. You so appreciate the Jacob de Witt painting in Newport, here in Sarasota in Mr. Ringling's room. So I wanted to show you a Newport Jacob de Witt, again, where the decorators and rentoileurs, this is the historic end of the canvas here on the right, have extended the canvas with a not very successful addition to extend the painting into its modern, more operatic architectural setting. Now, in conclusion, the fame of the Gavet collection was such, again, that it became a decorator's encyclopedia par excellence, and we suspect Allard's involvement as perhaps the broker. Again, he was an art dealer, if you remember that earlier slide of the image, rather, of the billhead, art furnisher. Well, here you see him taking the Gavet armchair of the 16th century and adapting it for a new armchair done in platinum, a material launched by the Rothschilds in mid-century for, again, Alva's brother-in-law Cornelius, working with Richard Morris Hunt in the Breakers in Newport in 1895. So here you see the collection furnishing prototypes for contemporary furniture of the age. Lastly, to give you another idea of Allard's potential, that we don't have the smoking gun involvement, this is the apartment, again, of 1889. Here you see a Luca della Robbia, which was thought to be a Bozzetto model for the church of San Jacopo di Ripoli in Florence. And here you see the very same Gavet della Robbia installed in the Elms in Newport by 1901. Architect Horace Trumbauer, but decorator Allard. These bits, this della Robbia in particular, did not show up in the 1897 auction. So we suspect, again, that Allard, like Duveen would subsequently do, was culling bits from the collection, saving them for his own stock, and selling them for later commissions. Another example of that, in conclusion, is this Palissy ware case, where, again, if you look closely, all of the ceramics, every bit of tin-glazed earthenware, and the shelves themselves, if you look closely, this wonderfully aged burgundy velvet, same fringe, same stepping of the shelves. It is exactly the same. All of these ceramics were transported to Newport after 1897, perhaps by Allard, probably by Allard, which is why with the destruction of his records, we really can't answer Virginia's questions as to how much all of this cost the Vanderbilts. But the ceramics remained in exactly the same disposition in Newport until the death of the last of the Irwin family in 1961. The house was sold for public auction in 1962. Fortunately, the ceramics were bequeathed to the Metropolitan Museum, and here we have several of them, again, returning, if not necessarily the original position. We filled in the case just to give you the idea. And finally, again, in conclusion, you see, obviously, that authenticity was not a primary focus of Alva Vanderbilt, nor of her architect Hunt. It was really concern over a romanticized version which they wished to create of the Gothic improved. That Gothic improved was a version of interiors that were subservient. The art and the art of the hang were subservient to the architectural program, the decorator's program of the interiors, and the impression was meant, and Virginia spoke of this, think of all those gold frames when you first entered. The impression was meant to be one of tasteful wealth, and the impression was successful and immediate. Alva's own words are perhaps best when she was speaking of these interiors in Newport and New York. She summarized, I quote, "They represented not only wealth, but knowledge and culture, desirable elements for wealth to encourage." Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Paul. Well, continuing our theme of issues of authenticity in American collecting, Sharon Fawzi.
Let me talk not as an archivist or a historian, but as an expert. Well, as an expert, I affirm that while Raphael superintended the execution of this altarpiece, laid it in himself, and painted some upon it, when it left his studio, it could not have been called an autograph work by Raphael. Shall I go into details? They would bore you. Still, I will speak of one or two. Note that the hands are formless, and they run like pancakes before frying has given them consistency. The draperies are very meager, and the best work is in the faces. So much for the painting when it left the master's studio. Since then, it has suffered, and even now that it has been restored as well as it can be, I venture to doubt whether a seeing eye can now discern a square quarter-inch of the original painting. But leaving aside the question of authenticity and the condition of the picture, let us look at it as a work of art on its own merits. I beg you, look at the Colonna Madonna, and then tell me whether you find therein that spacious eurythmy, that airy buoyancy which Raphael gives you in scores of other works. Instead, you have a squat, crowded composition, a top-heavy baldachin, and no escape whatever to the au-delà. Of course, the words I have just read are not my own, but those of Bernard Berenson writing to Isabella Stewart Gardner in 1897. The painting in question is reproduced upon the screen, and after having heard Berenson's assessment, you will not be surprised to hear that Gardner decided not to buy it. My purpose in reading the letter, however, is not to pass judgment upon the painting itself, which was bought by J.P. Morgan in 1901 and is now at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So, sorry to offend anyone. What we think of the painting today and how we might evaluate its properties is a separate issue from what I wish to discuss here. Whether or not Berenson was correct to dismiss the Colonna Madonna as the product of Raphael's workshop, the terms that he used to assess the altarpiece remain a useful point of departure for discussion of authenticity and its role in the Gilded Age. I would suggest that for Berenson, writing in the 1890s, The authenticity of a painting was directly tied to its aesthetic appeal. When Berenson compared the hands of the figures to pancake batter and called the draperies meager, he's building a case for connoisseurship as a search for authenticity. In such a paradigm as Berenson presented it, lack of artistic quality is a sign of something that is not real. Even after he claims that we should leave aside authenticity and look at this as a work of art, he continues comparing what he calls squat and crowded to the buoyancy of a real Raphael. The suggestion is that even if the connoisseur tries to avoid speaking of authenticity, the topic cannot be avoided, because lack of artistic merit in this painting, the absence of a certain je ne sais quoi, will in the end distinguish the productions of a workshop from the true hand of the master. The point may be made that in this mode of aesthetic judgment, in which there is no room for the real hand of Raphael to have a bad day, or for the hand of his assistant to perfectly imitate the hand of his master, would remain in essence a central aspect of art history across the 20th century. The expert eye is expected to perform two essential tasks: to assess both the aesthetic quality but also the authenticity of a work of art, and to do these two things together. Both tasks have grown more complicated in recent decades, and scholars have grown increasingly aware that the criteria for both quality and authenticity are not a stable or codified question, but rather a shifting spectrum of historical perspectives. Today, I focus primarily on the second of these two criteria, the issue of authenticity and how it helps us to rethink the American medieval architecture of the late Gilded Age. From the start, however, I think it is essential to acknowledge that aesthetics and authenticity are intertwined concepts to this day, even as they were for Bernard Berenson and Isabella Stewart Gardner when they discussed the Colonna altarpiece in 1897. Even if we turn to more recent writings on the topic of authenticity, we find a discourse that is overwhelmingly focused on the evaluation of works of art, and above all, on paintings. I am curious, however, to question how we might apply the concept of authenticity to architecture. And I focus on three American buildings, a palace, a cathedral, and a monastery, that were produced in the 20th century, and yet which exhibit medieval elements in their materials and in their making. The Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston, Brenathan Cathedral near Philadelphia, and the Cloisters Museum in New York City are three very different projects produced for different audiences and for different purposes. What they share, however, is a certain search for authenticity in architectural form. It is the nature and problems of this search that I wish to pursue as a first step towards a larger discussion of the representational and aesthetic requirements of modern medieval architecture. If you wish to begin by defining authenticity, we could look to the Oxford English Dictionary and read that authentic things are true in substance, that they are what they profess to be, that they're genuine, real, and actual. But if we turn to recent work in sociology, we realize that authenticity is in the end a process of evaluation. No matter how standard the methods might become, in the end, the criteria for authenticity is culturally defined. Therefore, my goal is not to assert that any one of these buildings is in the end more authentic than any other, but rather to suggest that they display three approaches to creating authenticity through an aesthetic understanding of the Middle Ages during the period 1890 to 1940, which is to say, during the formative period of medieval art in America. We can start with the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, known as Fenway Court during Gardner's lifetime. As you know, the space was created to house Gardner's art collection and to present it to her public. At the same time, the museum, its architecture, and the installation remained the intensely personal creation of Gardner herself. Most of the collection was assembled during the 1890s. Construction of the building took place between 1899 and 1901, and the museum was opened to the public in 1903. The dominant architectural feature of the museum is the central courtyard, and the building is laid out like a jewel box to give almost every major gallery a point of visual access to the spectacular space which lies at its core. What fascinates me about the museum's architecture is its use of ancient, medieval, and Renaissance architectural fragments in its construction. These objects blur the line between art and architecture, integrating sculpture into an architectural context so that the works of art are not detached or disembodied representatives of the past, but rather living elements of the structure that both protects them and also enlivens their form. The inserted window frames and balconies resist complete assimilation into the stucco walls of the museum. Their carved forms retain a sense of individual variation that is part of the eclectic aesthetic appeal of the museum as a whole. However, it is only the visitor who stops to ask or to read about the history of the museum who becomes quietly aware that only 2/3 of the architectural elements that I'm discussing are fragments taken from historical European buildings. The other 1/3 of those window frames and balconies were made in America to complete the set that Gardner had acquired. And it is often said that the recreations are so skillfully made that even experts have a difficult time distinguishing the medieval masonry from the modern. As a student of architectural sculpture, I have always been attracted to this puzzle of connoisseurship and frustrated by my own inability to know for certain which fragments are authentic to the Middle Ages and which are the imitations created during Gardner's lifetime. I know that I would only need to ask our colleague Alan Chung if I really want an answer to my question. But in the end, I find the answer less compelling than the question itself. How do we understand this invisible mixture of medieval and modern elements? How is it that Gardner, who was so deeply invested in the authenticity of her artworks, could be apparently indifferent about the authenticity of the architectural elements that are embedded in its frame? It would be easy to dismiss my question and to suggest that it is only works of art which require authenticity and that frames have less at stake. The problem is that I don't think this fits very well with Gardner's actions. She invested an enormous amount of energy into the architecture and the physical construction of the museum. She had walls and staircases torn down and rebuilt if they did not meet her requirements. What you're seeing here, she's wearing black, so she's hard to see, but this is a famous photograph of Gardner climbing a ladder to show the workmen how she wanted the palace wall to be painted. Gardner did insist on other kinds of authenticity in the construction of the museum. So, for example, she builds the structure on piles driven down 90 feet into the bedrock of the Boston Fens, which is the same technique that is used in Venice to create their palaces in the middle of a lagoon. It is said that she also rejected a modern steel frame because, of course, this would not be authentic to the late Middle Ages or the Renaissance. And it is said that she hired Italian workmen in order to increase the authenticity of the Venetian palace, and that her architect, Willard Sears, was chosen because of his interest in Ruskin stones of Venice. So I would suggest that Gardner was seeking authenticity in her methods, but not necessarily in the identity of the elements that she used. The people who worked on the building, including Gardner herself, brought their own contact with Italy to the project. And by emulating the building practices which had produced her architectural fragments, Gardner was able to produce a new kind of authenticity of her own. Within this framework, the pieces of medieval and Renaissance architecture that are incorporated into the fabric of the palace have become the measuring stick by which Gardner can know that her production of authenticity was successful. As long as her visitors do not see the difference between the medieval and the modern columns, then it can cease to really matter which is which. Gardner satisfies a certain need for authenticity with her building methods and ultimately with the aesthetic achievement of the project. As long as modern reproductions please the eye as well as the medieval originals, then the building becomes immune to this slippage in strict definitions of what was authentic. From Gardner's palace, we can turn to the cathedral of the General Church of the New Jerusalem in Brynathan, built by Raymond Pitcairn to emulate Gothic architecture and dedicated in 1919. Pitcairn's requirements for the authenticity of his building are also tied to the training of his architect, in this case, Ralph Adams Cram. Also to adherence to medieval building methods as he understood them. And finally, also to the perceived authenticity of the workmen. The difference, of course, is that this is a cathedral and not a palace. And so Pitcairn's criteria for authentic workmen was not centered on national origins or ethnicity, but rather on their religious faith. Pitcairn believed that the secret of the deep emotional appeal of true medieval cathedrals is the fact that they were built by the same people who participated in the religious life of the church. In other words, what made them real was the fact that the people who built them believed in them. So when he built his cathedral, it was the religious conviction of the local men who physically built the structure that allowed it to retain what Pitcairn considered to be the authentic spirit of the Middle Ages. Like Gardner, Raymond Pitcairn, as you know, collected medieval architectural fragments, but he did not embed these objects into the cathedral. Instead, the objects were used as models for training craftsmen. And the idea is that the direct study of authentic works of medieval art would allow the craftsmen to create their own truly medieval work. I think this might be related to the arguments of Hans Belting, writing about the relationship between medieval icons and their copies in the Middle Ages. For a medieval viewer, a copy made after a holy painting retains the sacred aura of the original. Using artifacts from the Middle Ages to train his stonemasons, Pitcairn could manufacture a similar aura of authenticity in his cathedral. Raymond Pitcairn's medieval architectural fragments were eventually installed into a separate, different, but close-by architectural project. And you see that on the right. This is Glencairn, the home of Raymond Pitcairn, that he would later designate as a museum. I find the distinction between the cathedral, which is entirely modern, and the museum, which contains architectural fragments from the Middle Ages, to be very interesting. Once the modern medieval cathedral was complete, the medieval objects were built into the fabric of Glencairn to become museum pieces. In other words, the value of the authentic or the real or the old or the historical medieval pieces is their role as a training ground, a place where one can learn to create authentic things through experiencing the older ones. The cathedral, however, has a different kind of authenticity. For Raymond Pitcairn, the cathedral was an authentic medieval structure because both the training and also the religious beliefs of the community that produced it. The last case I wish to reconsider briefly is the Cloisters Museum, and you see it here as it was when George Gray Barnard opened it to the public in 1914. In many ways, Barnard's museum has much in common with Fenway Court. Both rely on a sense of drama in their presentation of objects. Barnard's structure seems at first to invade more emphatically upon your senses. The guards that dress like monks, the music, the incense, all of this combined to create a spectacle of the Middle Ages that might reek of an amusement park to an audience trained in today's requirements for authenticity. We should pause, however, to think again of Barnard's work as a sculptor and the strategies upon which his own creations relied. What you see on the right is Barnard's statue of Abraham Lincoln, which is now in Cincinnati. And you see that the sculpture rejects the heroic, idealized portrayals that were more commonly created of Lincoln during this period. And instead, it gives you a tired, haggard, war-torn, and almost sad image of the American president. Barnard's sculpture relies upon the exaggeration of experience, and he creates a personalized, emotional, and evocative picture of the past. Critics called the Lincoln statue uncouth, but the supporters praised the authenticity of the work because it portrayed not only the physical, but also the spiritual reality associated with Abraham Lincoln. That's interesting to use the word authenticity to suggest something that is not physically how Lincoln looked, but actually a sense of what his spirit was like. So I would suggest that this mode of artistic exaggeration, this attention to both the physical and spiritual legacy of the subject, could be compared very well to the exaggeration of the Middle Ages that we might detect in these photographs of Barnard's Cloisters. Barnard's Cloisters was dismantled in 1927, redesigned and rebuilt, and reopened in its new and final form in 1938. Tempting as it may be to view the new cloisters as more authentic than its predecessor, the building is actually full of signs that one form, one definition of authenticity has simply been traded in for another. In the new installation, the architectural elements are isolated and arranged to both evoke a medieval monastery and yet also to create a scrubbed bare aesthetic that might reveal as much about modern taste as it does about medieval architecture. On the left, for example, you see columns and capitals from Saint-Guillaume-le-Désert, and they are presented in a room with no other artworks, only flowers, so that the viewer will focus on the aesthetic quality of the sculptures. In 1931, the architect, Charles Collins, had tried to convince the curator, Joseph Breck, to combine the elements of Saint-Guillaume with other columns and capitals from another cloister. Collins argued that mixing these two styles and thereby increasing the number of elements would allow a different kind of authenticity. First of all, actual medieval cloisters often mix elements from different time periods, so that would be more like the real ones that Collins had seen. And second, by combining elements from different cloisters, you'd be able to build a larger cloister that was authentic in scale because it would actually be the size of a cloister in a medieval monastery. Breck, however, completely rejected this idea, and he preferred the purity of composition, again, even though actual medieval monasteries are very rarely pure. And he was willing and happy to present Saint-Guillaume in a space that is actually about 20% the size of a real medieval cloister. So the small space has little relation to the experience of a true, actual standing cloister. But undeniably, this accentuates the sculptural qualities of the exhibited elements. The decisions made by Collins, Breck, and also, of course, James Rorimer left a deep mark on the cloisters as we know it today. I wish to close, however, by considering the statement written by John Rockefeller in 1931 as he was first articulating his goals for the project. Rockefeller wrote that the museum should be built to evoke a fortified monastery. And when you read the whole document, which I don't have time to do right now, I see this as a compromise between the monastic architectural elements that the museum actually owned and the medieval castle that Rockefeller wanted to build. Rockefeller praised the site chosen for the cloisters because he found it romantic and picturesque. Those are Rockefeller's words. And he actually cited Kenilworth Castle as part of his original inspiration for building the cloisters. So here, I think, when you read his words, Rockefeller gives away a dream of the cloisters that's tied as much to the Kenilworth of Walter Scott as it is to the actual medieval castle that survives today in England. So I've called my paper The Indifference of Architecture, not because I think the makers of these three structures were indifferent to architectural authenticity, but rather because architecture itself both resists and also complicates our notion of what it means to be authentic. Previous scholars, many of whom are here today, have been quick and correct to point out the freedom of the Gilded Age in its architectural creations. And they're correct to say that these creations, like Fenway Court or Barnard's Cloisters, focus on an atmospheric experience of an imagined past, rather than a slavish recreation based on historical or archaeological evidence. What I have tried to suggest, however, is that even these evocative installations lie open to questions and suggestions of authenticity, and that the creators of these monuments were very much invested in their own efforts towards their own understanding of an authentic evocation of a medieval environment. Modern in materials, but medieval in mood, these buildings not only evoke, but they also create the palace, the cathedral, and the monastery, They create the 20th century American imagination, and with this, they invent an authenticity of their own. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Sharon. And then to conclude this theme within the symposium, I'd like to introduce Robert Maxwell.
Good morning. Can everyone hear okay? Is that good? Good afternoon. Right, sorry. America's best-known collectors of medieval art stumbled upon 12th century sculpture as if by accident. Typically caught up in amassing ensembles, as we heard this morning, they rarely set their sights on early monumental sculpture, that is what they would call early, and at least not at first. This describes the Vanderbilts, who may be qualified as the nation's first collectors of medieval art when they purchased about half of Gavet's collection. The vast majority, of course, were actually Renaissance-era objects. Isabella Stewart Gardner quickly followed, buying medieval works to infuse authentic charm into her new Renaissance palazzo on the Fenway in Boston. Looking for architectural elements most especially, she purchased about a dozen sculptural objects on trips to Venice, Florence, and Rome as early as about 1897. These included roundels and reliefs, such as could be seen adorning facades of Venetian homes, and also 2 Tuscan lions that flank entrance to the garden courtyard. Isabella Gardner prized her medieval objects, particularly as they evoked for her a Gothic or Renaissance Venice, and therefore stands as perhaps America's first discerning collector of medieval sculpture. Collecting medieval sculpture for its own sake, though, began in earnest really in the 1910s. The prime catalyst was John Pierpont Morgan. In 1907, Morgan purchased a large collection of assorted artworks from George Punchel, especially medieval art and 18th century objects. These were displayed at the Met as of 1908, and in more permanent fashion as of 1910 and then in 1914. Although most of the sculptural works were from the late and rather late Gothic period, one 12th century sculpture, the so-called Morgan Madonna, is considered still today one of the finest works in the Met's collection. The public exhibition of the Morgan collection during these years coincided with a rise in purchases by other collectors, including Raymond Pitcairn of Brynathan, Joseph Widener of Elkins Park, just a stone's throw from Brynathan, and William Randolph Hearst, among so many others. Of these, only Pitcairn devoted his collecting almost exclusively to medieval and especially 12th and early 13th century art. His collecting began, as we just heard, when he sought early stained glass and then sculpture as models for his craftsmen constructing the Grand Cathedral in the suburbs of Philadelphia. He then set about building a castle-like home to display the treasures he had amassed. The major public collections also had their origins in these years. Boston's Museum of Fine Arts began collecting medieval works in about 1919, the Fogg Museum in 1920, and the Philadelphia Museum in 1923. A cadre of dealers associated with these purchases, including George Gray Bernard, the Brummers, the Dumotts, and the Seligmans, gained their fame, and sometimes infamy, in these years. This lecture explores some of the collecting activities at this crucial period. The, at least at first, aleatory taste, or accidental taste, if you will, for 12th century sculpture quickly evolved into a full-fledged treasure hunt. Some cases made international headlines, and by treasure hunt, of course, I'm evoking George Gray Bernard, who was on his own personal treasure hunt over several years in the countryside of France and northern Spain, amassing his collections, which now constitute the cloisters, as we all know, but also the core collections of the Philadelphia and Boston museums. Some cases made international headlines, and I want to recount for you one of the most sensational stories of collecting, implicating a dozen collectors and museums, and escalating with ever more outlandish stories of forgery and even murder. This case highlights the unprecedented thirst for medieval sculptures, but the works in question also reveal something of what the pinnacle of 12th century sculpture was imagined to be, a taste developed especially by American collectors. This story begins in southwestern France. In the 12th century, the small town Parthenay was in fact a thriving town of religious, demographic, and political prominence, featuring 10 churches and 3 rings of fortifications, some of which still stand, as you see on the left. Most sumptuous of all the churches was Notre Dame de la Cour. Although you may have difficulty believing that based on what survives today. Only the lowest story of the facade survives, as you see on the left, while the eastern end apses have been heavily modified, as you see on the right. Its nave walls were also cut down, but not fully raised. Notre Dame's demise began with the Revolution, when it was bought by businessmen for conversion into a textile factory. Within a few years, it was reduced to what you see today. In 1862, a women's religious order, the Ursulines, bought the ruins to rebuild the church and found a school. In the same year, 1862, it was certified a National Historical Monument, a certification that was too little, too late. Already in the early 19th century, a number of sculptures were reported to be lying around the church grounds. And in 1903, the owner, now a young woman who had inherited the property from an Ursuline relative, started selling off the loose stones. Locals wondered if they were covered by the church's classification as a historical monument, but they were not. Only the standing facade and apse were covered, leaving the other walls unprotected, as well as any loose stones. In 1907, these sculptures appeared on the art market, eventually finding their way to Georges de Motte in Paris by 1913. In de Motte's Paris shop, they were arranged with numerous other works in a display that resembled a chapel, a breathtaking sight according to contemporary accounts. The precise identification of at least 6 of these works is assured. A relief of the Annunciation and 2 busts, all of which were acquired by the Louvre in 1914 and 1915. The busts represent 2 crowned elders named in the Book of Revelation as witnesses to the second coming. 2 further busts were purchased by Isabella Stewart Gardner in 1916 on the advice of Bernard Berenson, Gardner, who also purchased a second relief, Christ's mounted entry into Jerusalem, as you see on the left. De Motte may have sold other sculptures. After all, we have no information on how many pieces left Parthenay and came into his possession. But we do know that others left, even without any specific information. André Michel, the curator at the Louvre at the time, remarked with great dismay that de Motte and others had profited from the confused circumstances in Parthenay to snatch up sculptures. No one truly sure if these sales were even legal. Well, public outcry could do little to retrieve those works, but local authorities initiated procedures to protect the site in its entirety, including the sculptures strewn about the neighboring properties. Here are the reliefs. I show you the reliefs in situ as they were sitting on the ground in the Ursulines' property. The story of these negotiations in this period, a lot of backroom deals, poker-style bluffing, and a lot of power plays from various parties, is much too long to detail here, but suffice it to say that the affair progressed very slowly. And it did not help matters that Notre Dame's owner was little interested in cooperating. In fact, she insisted on receiving indemnities for any foreseeable monetary losses if she could no longer sell these stones. The government refused, and the loss of sculptures continued. In 1922, another famous episode in this sell-off concerned two capitals that had been reemployed into a modern doorway on the Ursulines' property. These are photographs of those capitals in situ. You can just see around the edges that it's actually it's modern masonry that's flanking them. The precise details of these sales are hard to reconstruct, but as best as I've been able to determine, there were at least two separate, secret shipments to Paris. They were sent from two different train stations, not from Parthenay's own train station, so as not to arouse suspicions, and they were also spaced several weeks apart. They were also addressed to two different antiques dealers, one to Charles Jaurès and the other to Joseph Altounian. A number of clues lead me to believe that the first shipment contained these capitals. The second shipment, taking place 2 weeks later, contained, I think, still other works. The fact that just a few months later, Pitcairn obtained his own bust from Daguerre, who himself purchased that bust from Jaurès, suggests that the second shipment contained that sculpture. It may also have contained still other, as yet unidentified, works. For a time, the museums known to have purchased these sculptures were spared any negative fallout. The Louvre, which had purchased the busts and relief in 1914-15, as I said, had been closed for 3 years owing to the First World War, and the sculptures were not officially installed until 1919. The museum's reopening coincided with the ongoing dispute over the protection of the church, and then in 1922 with the commotion over the clandestine shipments. The commotion was so great that the two capitals, which were on their way to an unnamed American buyer, perhaps Pitcairn, we'll never know, were called back to France. The seller, Arnold Seligman, scolded for having sold them, turned on his heels and made a great show of donating them to the Louvre in 1925, where they are today. All of the hubbub also fed rumors of forgery. Stories circulated in 1922 that the busts in the Louvre and the Gardner Museums had been fabricated. Some had remarked that when they were seen and found in the garden of the church, there were no legs. Police investigations led to the dealer Georges de Motte, and for several weeks the Paris press kept readers on the edge of their seats while reporting the courtroom proceedings. De Motte steadfastly denied the allegations and defended the authenticity of his pieces. At the same time, in the United States, de Motte was coming under scrutiny for several sculptures sold to the Metropolitan Museum, and one of de Motte's former associates in New York revealed that one particular work, a sculpture said to be a work of 13th century Amiens, was made in an atelier of sculptors operated by de Motte. A sculptor in his service, a certain Émile Boutron, became increasingly incriminated. When arrested and brought to the courts, Boutron admitted that he embellished certain statues, but his continued participation in this trial and any additional revelations were cut short, for within a few days he was found dead. It was reported as a suicide, but insiders knew it must have been murder. Suspicions focused squarely on de Motte. But before the investigation could advance, de Motte, too, was found dead, the apparent victim of a hunting accident, although apparently hunting season was not yet open. With de Motte and Boutron gone, the search for answers was largely snuffed out, although some answers came from Boutron's widow. She reported in the courtroom the following, quote, "It is quite exact that there are in the Louvre, and possibly in the Metropolitan Museum, several works wrought by my husband for Mr. de Motte. My husband himself discovered those in the Louvre quite by accident. One day he went to the Louvre, and when he came home, he told me how he had discovered some of his turnips, as he used to call the works which were given him by de Motte to reconstruct. Among these was the bas-relief of the kings of Parthia, sick. She clearly meant the kings that we're seeing here. I remember seeing them myself in his workshop and seeing my husband at work making legs for them. He made legs armored and shod the feet as he conceived kings of the period to be shod. But that wasn't de Mott's idea, and he made my husband recut his work. I remember my husband coming home furious about it and saying he had had enough of working for a man who knew nothing. But he calmed down later and remade the work as it is today, and that is how these famous kings come to have bare feet, such as you see on the right in the Gardner Museum. With the confusion that the trial engendered, no one was quite sure what to make of the Parthenay sculptures. Suspicions lingered for decades. Tests on the sculpture in 1942 by James Rorimer, then medieval curator at the Met, and further analyses of the limestone made in the past 10 or 15 years or so have confirmed the authenticity of the busts. It is only the legs that are forgeries. The Louvre removed the legs from display in 1947, so just a few years after Rorimer's publication. At the Gardner Museum, where they are encased in the wall, one has no choice but to leave them. So those are the Louvre sculptures on the left and the Gardner on the right. Now, one fascinating consequence of the brouhaha surrounding these sculptures was the sudden flooding of the market by sculptures said to have come from Parthenay. Isabella Gardner, who purchased the works on the advice of Berenson, established, you might say, an artistic taste for other collectors to follow. Parthenay became identified with medieval sculptural excellence in this country. Its name was as well known as Chartres. It may also have been a source of titillation for some collectors wanting to get their hands on works embroiled in controversy. That's if we take away the legs from the Gardner Museum, which we can do with Photoshop. One such work is this crowned head, purchased by Raymond Pitcairn from Georges de Motte. Early in 1922, Pitcairn grew concerned about the work's authenticity, alarmed by the reports he was receiving from France about de Motte's dubious dealings. To assuage his concerns, Pitcairn made the odd decision, against de Motte's pleas, in fact, to submerge the sculpture in an alcohol bath, hoping it would expose the forgery, or the parts that were forged. This test may account for the light and dark discrepancies that are still observable in portions of the head that you see fairly well, I think, in the right slide. It is not clear what the test revealed, if anything at all. Nonetheless, de Motte agreed that certain features may have been restored, and he offered Pitcairn 2 additional sculptures as a show of good faith. Recently, I came across a photograph taken in 1907 by one of the dealers involved in the original dispersal of the sculptures, showing the head identified by a small label stuck on its crown as a work from Notre Dame de Parthenay. So its authenticity can no longer be in doubt. Other sculptures that entered the market include these 2 crowned heads, also both elders of the Apocalypse, like the others we've seen. The one on the left was noticed in a Paris antiquarian shop in 1935 by Edward Forbes, who subsequently purchased it for the Fogg Museum. The bust on the right resurfaced on the London market as recently as the 1980s, apparently having always been given a Parthenay provenance. Its style, as well as its stone analysis, do confirm its Parthenay origins. On the other hand, some very dissimilar sculptures have also been attributed to Parthenay, and I can only think that the dealers were banking on the name to increase the market value. These include several voussoirs, 2 of which you see on the left, sold to the Philadelphia Museum by George Gray Bernard, a head in the Seattle Museum in the middle, and yet another head sold to Pitcairn. So Pitcairn thought he had 3 sculptures from Parthenay. None of these that I'm showing you here, though, possesses enough similarities with known Parthenay works to merit serious consideration. As a matter of fact, the sculpture on the right is just a ridiculous forgery. It's an absurd forgery. Yet one of the remarkable things about these works is their quality to speak to collectors, perhaps to American collectors especially, as testimonies not so much to Romanesque art as we understand it today, as we get caught up in using these terms to define a period style, but as examples of mid-12th century work. Mid-12th century, in other words, high Romanesque, early Gothic, proto-Gothic, however you wish to call it, in which the elongated proportions, the finely chiseled cheekbones, and elegantly pleated drapery captured what one imagined this early, so-called early period of the Middle Ages to embody. Such work represented to Americans an early or primitive phase of medieval art that would gain freedom, naturalism, in the 14th and 15th centuries, which, after all, is what collectors and the public considered the more respectable phase of medieval sculpture. That is, if we are to judge from the overwhelming proportion of such later sculpture in the collections constituted at this time, whether that of Morgan, Hearst, or the public museums of Boston and Philadelphia. The sculptures of the mid-12th century were the missing link, and the work of Partenay had become a most representative example. One final case of this type, this head now in the Metropolitan Museum, acquired in the 1930s as a prime work of early Gothic sculpture. Initially, the curators associated it with the portal sculpture of Chartres Cathedral, dated to about 1150. It was only in the 1950s, perhaps spurred by the publication of Rorimer's study of the Gardner sculptures, and Rorimer was a curator of the Met at this time, that the work came to be associated with Partenay, and thus, once again, the confluence or the relatedness of Chartres and Partenay. Incidentally, the discovery of this photograph from 1907, just like the last one I showed you, also positively places this head in Partenay in 1907. Now, if we look at the Met's contemporary acquisitions in sculpture, we can perhaps discern a pattern. The statue on the left was acquired in 1917, a Scandinavian Virgin with elongated forms. The middle sculpture from Saint-Denis, considered the birthplace of the Gothic style, was acquired by the Met in 1920. And then on the right, acquired in 1922, this kingly fellow from Lombardy, dated to about 1230. These earliest purchases clearly reflect enthusiasm for the early Gothic style. It was also at this time, 1923, that Pitcairn acquired a comparable masterpiece for himself, namely this early Gothic queen from a church in Provins. Pitcairn declared that he was won over by its similarities to sculpture at Reims and at Chartres. Like the Partenay sculptures, these works all betray elegant lines, elongated forms, narrowed faces, thin lips, and almond eyes. All are crowned, and thus regal, or at least noble and elite, like their collectors. In short, these works embodied a style, an attitude that increasingly found favor as an ideal in medieval art. At a time when the public still felt the force of Henry Adams' beautifully persuasive, romantic text, Mont Saint-Michel and Chartres, published in 1903, a landmark work in the diffusion of knowledge and interest in 12th century France to the American public, and at a time when specialists, for their part, were trying to assimilate the erudition of Wilhelm Foge's highly influential study on what he called the monumental style at Chartres' west facade. These earliest sculptural purchases reflect the new place that 12th century sculpture came to hold in the minds of American collectors. The high Romanesque or early Gothic style found its rehabilitation in works like those by Adams and Foge, and collectors followed. Partenay's sculptures played a pivotal role, for they provided, first, an availability, and second, desirability, notably propelled by Miss Gardner's purchases. They further came with a special cachet conferred by the scandals. Forgery, after all, suggests that there is demand, which in turn generates greater demand. The small church of Partenay, with its deplorable destruction, may seem like an unlikely or even accidental protagonist in the rediscovery of 12th century sculpture. It nonetheless offered American collectors just what they wanted, even if at first they were not at all sure what they were looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. So maybe this next theme will reveal to us what those American collectors were looking for. So, Flaminia.
Thank you. How do I go down?
If you want to advance, the space bar's the best way.
Okay, the space. Okay, great. Is it the best way? Excuse, sorry.
Okay.
Here we go. So with the space. Yes. Okay. In 1917, the Metropolitan Museum of Art received about 40% of the collection of John Pierpont Morgan, or about 7,000 objects. It was a gift of Morgan's son, Jack, who in the previous 4 years had spectacularly sold more than half of his father's collection, amidst the general bewilderment of the American public. Morgan Sr. had died in 1913. Since 1904, he had served as president of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and it was generally assumed that he would donate the collection, or a very large part of it, to the museum. In 1917, Jack Morgan explained to Edward Robinson, who was at the time director of the museum, his motivations behind the gift. And I'm quoting him. Jack, regarded, this is Robinson talking and writing, he regarded the early Christian and medieval section of his father's collection as the great feature of his collecting. One thing which put him above all other private collections, and the thing by which he would like to have him memorialized. He added that he knew he had been much criticized for having sold part of his father's collection, but he understood that he had taken from the museum for sale only such things as he knew the museum could replace, which is, quite a bold statement if you think about it. But anyway, between 1914 and 1917, the dispersal of the Morgan collection became a very public and political affair, unfolding against the backdrop of World War I. While it was being sold, the collection was on exhibition at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and Jack basically used the museum as a free sale room. As a matter of fact, one could say that the Morgans, father as well as son, deliberately chose a very contentious way to give up their private possessions for public enjoyment. John Pierpont Morgan, who was born in 1835 and died in 1913, had been, of course, as we all know, the greatest art collection of his generation and the most important American financier of his day. As an art collector, he was at once scholarly and mainstream, driven and contradictory. For one thing, which is the subject of this talk, he placed thousands of objects on loan in public institutions like the Victoria and Albert Museum in London and the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. But at the same time, he firmly kept them in his private hands, as the events after his death demonstrated. At once a philanthropist and a raider, if Morgan contributed to the globalization of the art world, he also came to epitomize the contradictions of an art market driven by private collecting and finance. Even more than his grotesque nose, the scale of Morgan's collecting was the target for satirical cartoons, his urge to amass treasures being used as a metaphor for international economic relations. But, as it always happens, although this is very true, there is also another side of the story. Morgan's collecting was really a collective enterprise, much more than a single person obsession. And the objective of this enterprise was to establish simultaneously the historical interpretation and the market value for certain categories of objects. Among these, the medieval objects and the Byzantine ones were paradigmatic, but one could say the same of the Morgan bronze, of the Renaissance bronzes. Many others were not. Dealers, scholars, and museum curators in London, Paris, and Italy all felt very personally invested in this adventure. And as we have seen this morning, of course, the boundaries between public service, market, and scholarly independence were indeed very different 100 years ago. Within the frame of Morgan's colossal holdings, the medieval collection was considered a thing of its own already during his lifetime. For the Burlington magazine, it was the only one worth mentioning in the collector's obituary that the journal published in 1913, for it represented the mature phase of his omnivorous collecting. Furthermore, which I think is very important, Morgan, who used to commission extravagantly lavish catalogues for his collections, never commissioned one for his medieval art and continued to add to the collection until the very last months of his life, as if the collection were meant to survive him and to grow beyond him. He assembled it in only 10 years, really from 1901, 1902 to 1912, and really from 1906 to 1910. Ivories and enamels, and I'm really taking objects as, that they epitomize somehow the series and the pattern of his collecting. Ivories and enamels are the most outstanding features. They provide an unbroken historical series from late antiquity to the 15th century, encompassing Byzantine as well as Western European production. Around these two cores, Morgan acquired French, Flemish, German sculptures in stone and wood, an extraordinary group of reliquaries, mainly French and Italian, religious goldsmiths' work, you name it, whatever, everything. It would be impossible to capture this collection. So in order to illustrate its pattern, I'm going to choose a very few objects, Byzantine objects, because they, I think, relate very well to this entwinement between collecting and scholarship that was happening in the 1900s, and it was centered really in London. But before focusing on that, I would like to point out another very relevant aspect of Morgan collecting. There were several projects that around medieval collecting for Morgan. One that we can see in the left was the collection of objects and small objects that he lent to the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. And another one was the objects and the collection that he gathered and lent to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. And a third one, of course, was the project behind the manuscripts, which I'm not going to talk about. But anyway, these two projects, as we will see in a few minutes, were very different, and they were their strategy and the strategy behind their collecting was really driven by the different audiences that Morgan was after in London and in New York. As it is well known, of course, l'exposition rétrospective de l'art français, les origines à 1800, organized within the frame of the 1900 Universal Exhibition, established in the Petit Palais, established a turning point for the public reception and the market for medieval objects. It also remarkably set the horizon and the context for Morgan's collecting. It is really, in Paris in 1900, Morgan saw for the first time many of the objects that he would relentlessly pursue in the next 10 years. But what is really extraordinary is to see how many of the people in the organizing committee of the exhibition that were later directly engaged with Morgan in his collection. From George Dulaker, the London art dealer that with George Seligman basically shaped the collection, to Edgar Fitzhenry, this rather obscure figure who was very important because he was a close friend of Salting, of George Salting, and was the person who in 1901 induced and convinced Morgan to lend his collection to the Victoria and Albert Museum. And most importantly, later was the person that for the V&A negotiated and managed basically the bequest of the Salting collection to the V&A. And then Sigismond Bardac, from whom came some of Morgan's most important objects, George Henschel, from whom Morgan bought 3 collections in 1906, 1907, and 1911, Charles Mannheim, whose collection Morgan bought in 1901, and which provided the starting point for Morgan's acquisition of medieval, Renaissance, and Baroque objets d'art. And finally, George Salting was in the committee, and Salting was really the collector who Morgan strove to emulate, at least in taste, if not in generosity. Morgan saw in this exhibition this very, very important object that he bought in 1909 from the collection of Sigismond Bardac. And it's interesting because Molinier, who wrote the catalogue of the exhibition, talks about this as a French piece, and which is really a big stretch of the imagination. But it really gives you the idea of this nationalistic approach that was so central in France, but was really central all over Europe when talking about medieval art. However, though, the directions and the objectives of the collection were established in London and modeled on the Victoria and Albert Museum. In other words, the Morgan collection, like the V&A, aimed to be a constellation of series of objects in different materials and media that would illustrate the development of decorative arts. As I said, Morgan, from 1901, lent the collection to the V&A, where it was exhibited in that octagonal gallery over there. I mean, that's a later photo. And it was exhibited next to the Salting collection. And this, in placing his art, Morgan, this was part of a strategy, of course. Placing his art in the V&A, he placed it in a context that contributed to the validation of his objects as museum pieces already, but at the same time made him collect at museum level. So it was a way of validating the collection, but also setting standard for his collecting while it was being made. In 1906, as I said, was really the year that shaped the collection and its future directions. He bought 2 collections, the Hoppenheim and the Henschel. From the Hoppenheim came this object, the Fieschi reliquary. The Burlington magazine, which followed step by step Morgan's collection, defined the Hoppenheim collection as and I quote, certain sequence by which the development of the industrial arts from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance may be roughly outlined. And this was precisely what Morgan wanted to achieve. Furthermore, the collection was had a catalogue by Molinier, as we saw this morning. And really, Morgan not only bought collections, but bought collections with catalogues by Molinier. I mean, this was the second one that he did, and this was also another pattern of his buying. The acquisition of the Fieschi reliquary really inaugurated his relentless pursuit of Byzantine enamels, on which I'm going to focus now. By 1907, and sorry, this image is horrible, Morgan was already coveting the famous collection assembled in the 1880s by the Russian scholar Alexander Viktorovich Zvenigorодskoy that he finally purchased in 1910. The collection had been exhibited in Germany and had been catalogued by Nikodym Pavlovich Kondakov, who was the greatest 19th century expert in Byzantine art. And Kondakov, based on the objects in the Zvenigorodskoye collection, the first historical analysis of the development of Byzantine enamels. So really, Morgan was buying things that were already history, in a way. By 1910, with the acquisition of the Stavelo triptych, Morgan's task concerning Byzantine enamels was accomplished. Like the Fieschi reliquary, the triptych is a shrine for a fragment of the True Cross, and it combines Byzantine and Western enamels. And for this combination of Byzantine and Western enamels is really the ultimate Morgan piece. It's now in the Morgan Library. In 1912, the Burlington magazine celebrated Morgan's accomplishments, publishing 4 articles by Ormond Dalton on his Byzantine enamels, to which Roger Fry, that we see here, added a short critical note. The articles, interestingly, were illustrated with color plates, realized thanks to Morgan's support, and they were reissued in a booklet, a limited edition, with a cover designed by Fry himself. Besides Ormond's analysis of the development of Byzantine art, the articles are very important historically because Fry's note is a landmark for the development of his modernist theory and his theory for modernist art. With a lot of irony, Fry, who had collaborated with Morgan as curator of painting of the Metropolitan Museum of Art a few years before, acknowledged the scholars, or in his word, the aesthete's debt to the collector in general, and Morgan in particular, because he had lifted the Zvenigorodskoye enamels from the realm of curiosity and bibelot to that of works of art relevant for current aesthetic endeavor. It was not so much Morgan's merit, Fry implied, but the fortunate coincidence of his effort with an historic shift of perspective, the progressive loss of relevance of naturalistic representation that occurred at the turn of the 20th century. It was now possible to look at Byzantine enamels as masterpieces of extreme modernity, in Fry's words, because, and quote him, we have begun to learn the meaning of pure design, the effectiveness for the imagination of certain abstract relations of form and color. Likely, this modernity was not what Morgan saw in the Byzantine enamels. To use again Fry's words, it was probably, and I quote him, the quaintness, the exotic flavor, the richness and weight of material which make a strong appeal to the possessive instinct. And this was what aroused Morgan's desire. But regardless of his personal taste, what Morgan realized very, very well, and we see it very consistently, especially in the medieval collection, was that the tighter the links between his purchases and his collecting and their critical interpretation, the more successful his enterprise would be, both culturally and financially. This strategy and the audience of cognoscenti that he sought to impress in London was what informed his collection for the V&A. As we have said, the project for the Met was very different, was addressed to a different audience and was, taking place in a quite different world at the time. In 1904, Morgan became president of the Met, and his tenure coincided with the transformation of the institute, of its transformation into a universal, a monumental institution, and really the museum that we know today. In 1906, with the acquisition of the Henschel collection, Morgan clarified his project for the museum, a collection of decorative arts conceived and displayed, and the display part is probably even more important, as a resource for artisans and designers. This was, in fact, the original purpose of the Henschel collection. Henschel, an architect, interior decorator, and potter, retrieved furniture and architectural elements from buildings destroyed during Haussmann's renovation in Paris as a repertoire of decorative solutions for his professional activity. The acquisition of the Hoenscher collection led to the creation and the opening of the Departments of Decorative Arts in 1910, which opened with this universally praised display designed by Willem Valentiner and based and inspired by Bode's display in the Renaissance Museum in Berlin, where we see a multimedia display somehow. Morgan continued to be very, very highly engaged with the department, convincing other collectors to give objects and lend objects, and most importantly, he discontinued the practice of keeping gifts and loans in a separate section of the museum. He continued to add to the collection, like with this piece, that it was his companion, his companion Pietà is still in the museum, in the medieval gallery. But interestingly and contradictorily, as he usually did, this was a loan. It was not a gift. I mean, this piece that was built inside the museum was a loan, and once Morgan died, this created very, very big problems to the curators of the Met. However, notwithstanding all his philanthropic endeavors and projects, by 1910, Morgan's role as the architect of American monopolies was being vehemently questioned, to put it mildly. And the result of this was the appointment of a congressional investigation committee on the so-called Money Trust, which was called the Peugeot Committee, that called Morgan for a hearing in Washington at the beginning of December 1912. In those very same days, after a shipment that had lasted 1 year, the last cases containing the works of art arrived from London, and Morgan had finally moved his entire collection from London to New York because he wanted to exhibit it at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. He was probably, actually quite likely, inspired by the enormous Solting exhibition that was organized by the V&A and the National Gallery after Solting's death in 1911. So he, at the end of 1911, he decided to ship his things, and the shipment took a year. And now, in December 1912, the objects were sitting in the basement of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. He never saw them again, and because he died a few months later in Rome. And as you can see, they created sort of, the imagery, the popular imagery around these things went wild. As a matter of fact, the traditional explanation for the missed gift of the Morgan collection to the Metropolitan Museum that was given immediately and has been historically given, even in Gene Strauss' biography, is that the Metropolitan Museum and the city of New York did not appropriate the funds to create a Morgan wing, and a wing for Morgan and for the Morgan collection. Well, as we know now, the last thing Morgan wanted was a Morgan wing. And if we really look at how the collection was assembled, and which was in fact a constellation of collections, it was really assembled with the clear idea that a wide section of it would have been dismembered. What happened was that even if this is all clear, it seems and it appears that the Peugeot Committee had a very, very relevant impact on and completely changed Morgan and his son's approach to their public stewardship. They were offended, and they made sure that everybody realized it. However, though, in the previous years, Morgan had worked very closely with Edward Robinson, director of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, to exhibit the collection. And this exhibition was a part of a strategy to induce the city to mobilize these funds to build this extra wing for the museum, but for the museum as a whole, not for the Morgan collection. The gift of the collection was always implied, but never made explicit. There are no documents that make this explicit. However, everything changed quite suddenly, and at the end of in the first days of December, Robinson was called by Morgan to his library, and Robinson wrote everything in very detailed memorandum. And basically, Morgan told him that he did not want to exhibit the collection anymore. He was very confused. It was the first time he spoke explicitly about the final destiny of his objects. And he first said that he could not take the collection away from the estate, that he feared that the city would not appropriate the funds for the south wing of the museum if the collection was already exhibited somewhere else, and eventually that he did not want the city authorities to fund the building, thinking the museum was going to get the collection. However, though, he expressed a desire that if his art was exhibited, the paintings would be exhibited together with the objects. So he really didn't know what it was. Shortly afterwards, he left for Europe and died in Rome at the end of March 1913. He left everything to Jack, his son, who referred always to the collection as father's things, and he really did not like it at all. Jack, of course, Morgan expressed the hope that these objects would be made public one way or another. But the will revealed an extraordinary lack of planning and foreseeing that possibly was brought about by the severe depression that Morgan went through before dying, which is proved, as well as the pressures from his heirs and the needs to provide ready liquidity for the bank, which was undergoing a very, very, very rough time. At the end of January 1914, so 8 months after Morgan died, with the things just barely out of the storage, Morgan announced that his intention of selling the collection, or a large part of it. 2 weeks later, the exhibition opened at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The exhibition comprised 4,000 objects, just those shipped from London, and was installed according to Robinson and Morgan's original plans. Jack allowed the museum to open the case only in October, and in less than 4 months, a team of curators led by Valentiner organized 4,000 objects and wrote a guide to the exhibition. Everything had to be on exhibit. Only reliquaries with relics inside and known forgeries could be taken out, because the exhibition was the way to appreciate and do an estimate of the collection and make it visible for buyers and people that were going to buy. The press, the 137 people visited in the first month, and almost 1 million by the end of the year. The press covered it from every possible angle, but all of a sudden, the Morgan collection, that until that moment had been a sort of legendary entity for the American public, appeared to many obsolete and even kitsch. For the New Republic, it was really a collection of, and I quote, the historic models of most wedding presents, installed in galleries that looked like well-ordered sales room. And it goes even more, strongly. I've been kind to Morgan here. But however, and these are the medieval galleries, the overwhelming majority of journalists and critics agreed that the medieval collection, more than any other, deserved to remain in the public sphere. The New York Times and The Nation quoted Fry's essays on Morgan's enamels and also asserted the cultural superiority of the medieval works over Morgan's later objects. The critic Frank Jewett Mather was the most eloquent advocate of this hierarchy, which by 1914 and 1915 was not so much inspired by Ruskinian's theories, but rather reflected the swift changes brought about by Progressive Era and the First World War in the American cultural landscape. Jack's decision to sell was taken rapidly, and probably it was prompted by the necessity of available liquidity for the bank's financial operation. As soon as the First World War began, Jack mobilized the bank to organize loans for Britain and France, and the press linked the sale of the collection explicitly to these loans. By early 1915, the sale began, and it seriously damaged Jack's reputation. He completely excluded Robinson, who was usually informed by reporters that parts of the collection were taken away from the exhibition to be sold. And Jack took the Peugeot committee and the other investigations that were going on at the time as a personal offense, and he reacted accordingly. By 1916, Jack had raised a few $1,000,000 with Fragonard's, the Chinese porcelains, and the 18th century furniture, and Duveen twice as much in the resale of these things. And he began to balance the sales with gifts to the museum. The first gift was the colonne altarpiece that we just saw before. The second was the medieval section of the Henschel collection. But it was still very unclear what he would do with the content of the exhibition that closed only in June 1916. Only at the end of 1917, the museum and Jack made an agreement. And Henry Walters, an old friend of Pierpont and a trustee of the Metropolitan, besides being the founder of the Walters Art Gallery, acted as a mediator and likely was influential in transforming what Jack had first conceived as a loan into a permanent gift. The problem, though, was that what really Jack wanted more than anything else was a Morgan wing, in which only the objects collected by his father could be displayed. Robinson begged him and explained to him that his father had always been against restricted gifts, and that, according to his wishes, the Department of Decorative Arts had grown around and beyond the Henschel collection. A Morgan wing would not only have been a misrepresentation of Pierpont's project, but it would also have ruined 10 years' work in the department. Jack was irremovable, and the museum accepted the gift. As he admitted to Robinson, Jack's main reason for wanting a memorial was to respond to the attacks that he had received for selling parts of the collection. The Morgan wing was also his personal public statement. It was a compromise between Pierpont's ideas and Jack's view of what the public role of the Morgans had to be in the present and, more importantly, in the future. Ironically, it did not reflect at all his father's perspective on the relationship between private collections and public museums. Thank you.
Well, obviously we're running late, but we're going to take a 5-minute coffee and cookie break. So if you can be back in here at 10 after 3, we'll get started again.
Right leg.
Okay.
All right, don't break a leg or you will be really mad. That'll just ruin my day. You're talking about arms and armor.
Yeah, we're going to switch gears a little bit.
Yes.
It was funny when we were ready.
Oh, I'm just. It's funny, yeah. Yes. Okay, you see the side of the building there?
When we took my son up.
Going in the door. Yeah, then we open it. Security desk is right next. Arms and your security desk.
It's always boys.
So I told I'll meet you guys later. Okay. If everyone would take a seat.
That's not me.
Yes, I'm going to move. Oh, yes, that's right. They. It's not you. All right, we will resume our look at collecting medieval art in America with Stephen Flegal.
Thank you, Maureen, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I must say I've been enjoying tremendously all of the papers so far. You really are very tough acts to follow. I want to shift gears a little bit now and talk about a subject we really haven't been broaching too much so far today, and that is the subject of arms and armor and its appeal to American collectors of the Gilded Age. Well, traditionally, we have come to identify the image of the armored knight with the chivalrous culture of the Middle Ages, an image very much nurtured by Victorian Romanticism. Chivalry, even now, is an evocative word, one still used in our own time. For many, it undoubtedly summons images very much exemplified by this late 19th century painting, La Belle Dame sans Merci, by the English artist Sir Francis Dixie. Images of castles, prowess in battle, protection of the weak by the strong, adventures in foreign lands, and of course, courtesy towards women. We have also come to think of the craft of arms and armor as a uniquely medieval tradition. While this romantic dreamscape frequently overlaps with historic truth, it is often conditioned by 19th century fiction and the aspirations of the pre-Raphaelites and the arts and craft movements. The reality is that most plate armor surviving into our time is more properly a product of the Renaissance than the Middle Ages, again blurring this this distinction we've been addressing previously between medieval and Renaissance art. Nevertheless, while much of the last century's fictional literature and today's popular imagination are replete with myths about armor, the emergence of the knight, fully clad in plates of steel, towards the end of the 14th century is accurately a medieval phenomenon. There is a very direct appeal by such potent images to the modern mind, as indeed there was to the collectors of the Gilded Age. It is only within the past 50 years or so that the study of historic arms and armor has been recognized as a serious and specialized branch of art historical research. It is important to note that during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the study of arms and armor was largely the province of local antiquarians and military historians. I make these points because erroneous assumptions about the use, functionality, and construction of armor were rampant during the period in question. American collectors, some wealthy captains of industry, publishing, or finance, others men of modest means, collected arms and armor for a variety of reasons. Some were driven by intellectual interest, while others had altruistic or didactic motives. Still others simply aspired to provide impressive furnishings for their residences. Most of these American collectors were able to take advantage of a market in which former aristocratic collections and municipal armories in Europe were dispersing their holdings. William Randolph Hearst was one of the most ambitious and successful collectors of arms and armor of his generation. Indeed, one of the greatest American collectors of all time. While his broader role as an American collector will be discussed by another speaker in this symposium, I wish to direct my remarks primarily to Hearst's interest, specifically in arms and armor. A contributing factor in Hearst's buying strategy was simply the number of residences he needed to furnish. Different Hearst properties exhibit different characteristics, and therefore called for a wide variety of furnishings. Among Hearst's documented armor acquisitions were large quantities purchased at auction to furnish his massive New York apartment, the Clarendon on Riverside Drive, which he originally rented but eventually purchased and expanded onto 4 floors. The glory of the Clarendon was its breathtaking armory, in which 24 suits of armor stood along the walls. Above these were suspended a 6 tapestry cycle representing the redemption of man. Still higher, stained glass clear-story windows rose towards the vaulted ceiling. Hearst typically did not justify his collecting interest to anyone, and often made purchases without explanation. Though, as I have indicated, his motives for acquiring armor were largely to furnish his residences and to imbue them with an ancient or historic ambiance. For advice of his armor purchases, Hearst relied upon Bashford Dean, then curator of arms and armor at the Metropolitan Museum, who served as his consultant. Hearst used the Duveen brothers to handle direct bidding for him at the auctions, and on one rare occasion sent a personal note to Joseph Duveen regarding an upcoming sale of Maiolica. It stated, quote, "Number 159 I am willing to pay more for, but a single small piece like this is of no such value to me as a good suit of armor, as I want this material for decoration largely, but of course I want fine decoration." End quote. This note perhaps sheds some light on Hearst's interest in the acquisition of armor. In May 1921, Hearst gave $500 to the Metropolitan Museum to underwrite the travel expenses of its curator, Bashford Dean, who undertook a collecting expedition to London on Hearst's behalf. Dean had recently served in a similar consulting capacity for the Cleveland Museum of Art, which had acquired a collection of arms and armor through Dean's experienced eye and expertise. Dean and Hearst continued their working relationship through 1923. Hearst's beautiful armory at the Clarendon combined tapestries with armor, a formula also used in the 1916 Armor Court in the Cleveland Museum of Art. This design template replicated an aesthetic of presentation found in many European country houses and castles. It is worth pointing out that the greatest number of tapestries in private hands during Hearst's lifetime, actually belonged to him. And I'm showing you here the Armor Court in Cleveland as it looked in 1916 when it first opened. And of course, you see the same formula: armor, tapestries, canopies on the walls, battle flags above. And this is a formula we'll see over and over again. A planned wing for Hearst's California residence at San Simeon in 1930 would have echoed the same aesthetic approach of the armory at the Clarendon, though it was never completed. And if you look closely at this architectural rendering, you can see, in fact, tapestries combined with suits of armor. So this was a pretty standard design template used by many collectors of this material. Another venue for Hearst's armor acquisitions was his Gothic-style castle of St. Donogh in Wales, which he purchased in 1925. The castle dated in part to the 13th century with numerous 16th century additions. Hearst acquired the castle sight unseen through his agents. He immediately began to make improvements to the property and to buy art and antiques for its furnishing and embellishment. Among these, arms and armor figured prominently. Hearst wired his agent, Alice Head, that St. Donogh needed, quote, an ancient atmosphere, end quote. And the acquisition of architectural elements, carved ceilings, and furnishings proceeded with this objective in mind. Basic improvements were carried out for 2 years before Hearst visited the property himself. Between 1929 and 1932, Hearst, working with expert agents, persevered in assembling one of the most important private collections of arms and armor for this magnificent armory at St. Donogh Castle. Hearst was always cognizant of important historic sources of armor, largely drawn from old princely collections. He would often move quickly to secure their purchase when opportunities arose. He sometimes received unique access to historic collections. Hearst alone, for example, was allowed by Count von Trapp to purchase armor from the historic collection at Coburg Castle in the Tyrol. And this is a very fine example now in the Kelvingrove Museum in Glasgow. The armory at St. Donogh existed for less than a decade before its dispersal due to Hearst's liquidity crisis. For its short life, St. Donogh's armory collection was second to none in private hands. Eventually, its contents were dispersed and may today be found in such public locations as the Philadelphia Museum of Art, the Royal Armories of Great Britain, the Detroit Institute of Arts, and the Kelvingrove Museum in Glasgow. The quality and historic importance of these armors that Hearst was collecting, as you can see here, suggests that Hearst was receiving good advice. And these are absolutely magnificent armors. The one on the left is called a Rennzeug for combat tournament using sharp lances. And on the right, a magnificently decorated field armor, Milanese 1600. Both of these are absolutely superb armors. So Hearst had very good advice and made very few mistakes. It appears likely that American collectors of this period, all great travelers to Europe, received much of their inspiration from existing displays of armor in castles, historic houses, and municipal armories, which they encountered there and which they consciously sought to emulate. Such displays provided a natural template for furnishing their own American residences. The idea of displaying weapons and battle trophies on the walls is a very old one. Alexander the Great found arms and armor allegedly used in the Trojan Wars displayed in the Temple of Athena at Ilium. In England, arms and armor were displayed decoratively as panoplies on the walls of country houses from the time of Elizabeth I. Mass displays of many pieces first appeared on the walls of the royal guard chambers shortly after the restoration of the English monarchy in 1660. The largest and most impressive displays were installed in 1696 by John Harris to embellish the small armory in the Tower of London, which became accessible to Victorian tourists during the early 19th century. These displays used thousands of weapons to create decorative tableaux. Because of this long-standing tradition of creating wall displays of arms and armor, many museums and private collectors in America followed this example. A contemporary of Hearst's and fellow collector of arms and armor was William H. Riggs, the affluent son of a New York banker. Riggs, in contradistinction to Hearst, was an expatriate for much of his life, but nonetheless remained passionate about his native New York. In 1853, upon the death of his father, Riggs was sent to boarding school in Switzerland, where he became a fellow student of J. Pierpont Morgan. Both men became lifelong friends. Both had the collecting instinct and visited antique shops together on numerous occasions. While Morgan seems not to have been interested in armor, for his part, young Riggs soon filled his rooms with Swiss swords and daggers. Most of these objects were purchased between 1856 and 1860. His home during much of this time was in Dresden, where he attended engineering courses at the Technical College. In contrast to Hearst, Riggs cultivated his connoisseurship of arms and armor by direct handling and study of the objects he acquired. Riggs was always well informed about upcoming armor sales and seized opportunities to acquire objects from the Saxon electoral armories when duplicates were being sold. Riggs traveled constantly in pursuit of arms and armor, and the provenance of his objects show how intimate he was with the small towns of Germany, as well as their collectors and dealers. He visited Vienna several times when he learned there was something interesting appearing on the market. At dinner one evening, he was told by a guest that certain rare helmets were about to be sold in the ancient arsenal of Mayence. He took the hint, traveled all night, and was present when the armory opened the next morning, thus anticipating the arrival of dealers from Berlin and Paris. In 1857, Riggs decided to make his headquarters in Paris and installed his armor in his apartment in the Rue d'Aumale. His house became a gathering place for well-known amateurs like Victor Gailly, Viollet-le-Duc, and Tanguy Laridon, director of the Imperial Collection of Armor. It was in 1870, during the Franco-Prussian War, that William H. Riggs brought his collection to its new home in Paris in the Rue Murillo, near the Parc Monceau. He arranged the entire top story of the house as his gallery of armor. In this long room, where this photo was taken, stood his knights in armor, and its walls were covered with panoplies, polearms, and swords. Over time, Riggs' home in the Rue Murillo became a place of great interest, sometimes mysterious interest, to all collectors of armor. Riggs was often so busy with his collection, repairing, cleaning, and arranging his pieces, that he found little time to receive visitors. He also hesitated to show his possessions when they were not mounted properly, or to let a visitor enter his gallery when his armors were covered, or even when they had not been carefully dusted. His collection, he always said, would be seen at the proper time and in the perfect order. At one time, Riggs had as many as 8,000 objects in his collection, but he carefully weeded them out, occasionally exchanging many commoner pieces for examples of better quality, and sending at various times consignments to the Hôtel Drouot for public sale. His collection was absolutely unrivaled among private collectors, and in May of 1913, the collection was presented to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. 1913 is significant because that is the year of the death of J. Pierpont Morgan, his very close friend. The equestrian armor shown in this photo with Riggs in his Paris townhouse is now in the Cleveland Museum of Art, which you can see on the left. That's the only exception to the bequest to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. One of the most colorful collectors and an early connoisseur, an early scholar of arms and armor was Bashford Dean, whom I have already mentioned. Though not a man of great wealth, Dean collected arms and armor for his private residence at Riverdale, New York. Dean had been formally trained as a zoologist with a specialization in ichthyology. He earned a doctorate from Columbia University in 1890, writing his dissertation on pineal fontanelle of placoderm catfish. And he held a succession of academic posts at Columbia through 1927, teaching both biology and zoology. In 1903, he was appointed curator of fish and reptiles at New York's American Museum of Natural History, a post he held until 1914. Dean had independently cultivated an interest in arms and armor and was apparently self-taught. His expertise, however, was extensive and widely admired. Dean's parallel interests and dual careers in both zoology and arms and armor are remarkable even for his day. Interestingly, for a time, from 1912 to 1914, Dean maintained simultaneous curatorial positions at the Natural History Museum and the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. He was equally brilliant in both capacities. Dean had a unique scientific curiosity for the time about the armor he studied. And as you can see, he did not hesitate to try on a suit of armor in order to better understand it. During his tenure at the Metropolitan from 1912 to 1927, he was considered America's preeminent authority on arms and armor and established an international reputation, traveling and consulting widely. As previously mentioned, Dean served both as a consultant and scout for William Randolph Hearst. He built his own substantial private collection of arms and armor, while simultaneously developing the Met's holdings to a high place among the arms and armor collections of the world, a conflict of interest that would be regarded as untenable today. I show you here Dean's private armory at his home, Riverdale. Dean's training as a zoologist provided him with a methodology for the organization and study of arms and armor, a branch of art historical scholarship very much still in its infancy at this time. Though I have been focused until now upon the role of the private collector, I should point out that America's young museums were also aspiring to assemble collections of arms and armor during our period of interest. An important museum figure of the day was Frederick Allen Whiting, the first director of the Cleveland Museum of Art. Whiting was a well-known educator and a proponent of the arts and crafts movement. He was a follower of Ruskin and William Morris, and like them, championed a craft as opposed to a machine aesthetic. Based principally upon social and moral considerations, the arts and crafts movement aimed to improve society by elevating the quality of workmanship, informing and educating the worker, and thus instilling taste. The movement advanced handmade, individually crafted products over factory-made goods. Whiting's views were less radical than those of Ruskin and Morris. He did not reject industrial products, for example, but felt that modern workmanship, product quality, and fine design could be fostered by knowledge of and exposure to historic arts and crafts. In 1900, he had been appointed secretary of the Society of Arts and Crafts Boston, the leading arts and crafts group in the United States. He spent subsequent years organizing meetings and lecturing to many of the smaller arts and crafts societies around the country. By 1911, Whiting had a national reputation as a spokesperson for arts and crafts issues. Whiting arrived in Cleveland in 1913 with a fully nurtured vision for the arts in an industrial age. Excavations for the new museum had commenced in the spring of 1913. Frederick Allen Whiting was charged with the formidable task of not only overseeing the construction of the new museum, but also providing it with a collection and a program of operations. He firmly believed that the educational mission of the new Cleveland Museum of Art should reflect the city's industrial heritage. Frederick Whiting knew early on, long before its scheduled opening, that the new museum must have a collection of arms and armor. Such a collection would have an important educational impact in a manufacturing city like Cleveland with its steel and emerging automotive industries. The crafting of a suit of armor, annealed by hand hammered over anvils, and hand assembled and decorated, was, after all, a historic exemplar of the automobile. Why not provide Cleveland's new museum with a collection that could inspire its craftsmen? Whiting knew that armor would very likely be the first introduction for children, as well as for many adults, to the visual arts, a subject of study worthy in its own right, but also a potential segue to the decorative arts, as well as to sculpture and painting. The search for an armor collection began in earnest in 1914, the year the museum officially began to accept objects for its future collections. Whiting became acquainted with Bashford Dean at the Met and invited him to consult for the museum and to help locate a complete collection for purchase. After failing to negotiate the purchase of the armor collection of an expatriate American in Britain named Arthur Keasby, Dean and Whiting learned of an available collection in Boston. Frank Gare Macomber was a wealthy Bostonian who, like Keasby, had built his collection during the final decades of the 19th century and had in fact acquired pieces from the same classic armor collections as Riggs. Macomber, an attorney, had originally made money in the insurance business and had developed a self-cultivated connoisseurship in various branches of the decorative arts. His collecting interests, like many others of his era, were eclectic: furniture, tapestries, Chinese porcelain, and arms and armor. As a collector, he would prove to be a major donor to Boston's Museum of Fine Arts. In 1910, Macomber persuaded the MFA to create an honorary, read that as unpaid, curatorship for him in the Department of Western Art, with responsibility for decorative arts, a position he held there for 31 years. Eventually wishing to divest himself of his collection of arms and armor, he offered to sell it to the MFA, but the deal never came to fruition. As the Cleveland winter approached in November 1915, Frederick Whiting was fixated on the acquisition of the Macomber collection for the new museum, and ever cognizant of the opening scheduled for June 6, 1916. After protracted negotiations, the Macomber collection was acquired by Cleveland and installed by Bashford Dean just weeks before the June 6th opening. Frederick Allen Whiting thus provides another exemplar of the American collector of arms and armor, that of the paternalistic educator with a didactic program designed for instilling taste and elevating the quality of American design. I show you here the armor court at the Cleveland Museum of Art shortly after its opening in June 1916. And here you see it as it looks today. And you can see many of the same ingredients that you saw in the earlier image, same use of armor on the floor level with panoplies and tapestries and battle flags in the clear story. So that's a long-lived design aesthetic. The American private collector of means, like William Randolph Hearst, was generally attracted to arms and armor, principally as ornamental props or furnishings that captured the romanticism, antiquity, and chivalric ambience of a bygone age. Arms and armor also conveyed a sense of historic roots and genealogical connectivity for many collectors to a nebulous European past. The display of armor in America's great homes provides allusions to Europe's grand castles and historic residences. Conversely, there was the emerging connoisseur, collectors like Riggs and Dean, whose interest in arms and armor stemmed from its functional and technical properties as militaria. Clearly, there was then, and still is, an appeal of this material to the popular mind. Why does it still spark our imagination? One reason may be that our association of arms and armor with mythical or historical persons through stories and legends has enhanced our fascination with these objects. Consider, for example, the shield of Achilles, King Arthur's sword Excalibur, the helm of Edward the Black Prince, or the sword of Joan of Arc. I show you the historic or heroic image of Saint Joan as conceived by the 19th century English painter Dante Gabriel Rossetti. Such royal, aristocratic, heroic associations provided the mystique and drove the impulse for many American collectors of arms and armor during the Gilded Age. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next presenter, or scheduled presenter, Christine Brennan, was unable to be here. Yesterday, there were no planes, trains, or automobiles getting out of New York. However, we will be publishing these papers, so you'll be able to see Christine's presentation in full with that publication. So, moving on to another great American collector, Victoria.
Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure and honor to be here and to be part of this fascinating and thought-provoking day and yesterday. And thanks to Stephen, to Virginia yesterday, to Robert, to those of you who have helped me with the subject of William Randolph Hearst. He's rather a big subject to wrap one's arms around. And the way he keeps coming up here reminds me of the shining threads of a tapestry, of which he owned 200 examples. And, that they disappear and then keep returning. I think it's significant that we're here at the Ringling, a place of great fantasy, put together by a showman, a prime showman, who understood the influence of this particular part of the country far away from the East Coast city centers and the fantasy of architecture, because San Simeon, which often has this habit of appearing just above rivers of swirling mist and was therefore known poetically as La Cuesta Encantada, the Enchanted Hill, was built by another great showman. William Randolph Hearst was a media mogul, of course, and both he and Ringling understood the popular taste and certainly have the love of the exotic and these exotic realms in common. It is difficult to talk about him in this short space of time because San Simeon is one of 7 houses which he owned, coupled with major warehouses. And I have echoed the brio and energy with which he acquired objects by amassing a huge number of images. So I would ask you to put your pens down and just enjoy the images to follow, many of them taken by my splendid colleague, the photographer Victoria Garagliano. I think of it as a kind of a wild ride, courtesy of William Randolph Hearst. And if you can also suspend your blink reflex, that would be a help. And we'll see if we can gallop through this in 20 minutes. Of course, he's best known as the source of Citizen Kane, and this is the opening scene of that K, the padlock, and fitting for a talk on medieval collecting, because this was a glass cell, not a real place, and the Xanadu, as depicted by Orson Welles, was a painting of based on Mont Saint-Michel. But actually, when the mists clear away, this is what San Simeon actually looks like. It was built in the midpoint between San Francisco and Los Angeles in the years between 1919 and 1947. And there are many ways in which it's emblematic of the first half of the 20th century and American collecting, since we're talking about that at the time, connoisseurship and American collecting. It was the home of a media mogul. Its architect was a woman. Its hostess was a movie star. And it was immortalized by a film. So here you see what Hearst called Casa Grande, the big house, and it was based on a medieval church in Spain, the main building part of this compound. And here you see the collaboration between two remarkable people who brought this to life. This is Julia Morgan, architect of 700 structures. And it was she and William Randolph Hearst over the 28 years who together created San Simeon. There was no interior decorator. There was no landscape architect. It was the two of them working together in a remarkable and vigorous collaboration. And though they didn't have a romance, they certainly had a passion of the mind. And in an attempt to talk a little bit about Hearst's early medieval collection, I'll be talking about several of his houses, but certainly San Simeon was the one from the mid-20s until his death in 1951 that held the largest share of affection in his heart. He'd been going there since he was a boy of 2. His father, George, who was a bonanza king, a silver, gold, and copper miner, bought the property in 1865 and then came back to Missouri and wed at age 41 the 19-year-old school teacher, Phoebe Apperson Hearst, who was a great patron to education, but whose major project was her sole child. The first time Hearst went to Europe, he was a boy of 10. They stayed a year and a half, and it was then that he began collecting. And there are a couple of ways in which Hearst is quite different from the other collectors whom we've been discussing in this symposium. One is that unlike most of the captain's industry at which we've been looking, he did not wait until his 5th or 6th decade of life and of a fortune amassed in industry to begin buying art. He was a lifelong collector. As a matter of fact, his mother said, Willie wants to buy everything he sees. On that first trip, a prescient remark in 1873, he went back at the age of 16. He went back most years of his life as an adult. But another way in which he differs from the collectors, and Virginia hinted about this, but actually I only know of one collection that Hearst bought en bloc. It was a Rothschild collection of Maiolica. The thing that makes him quite different from the other collectors is that he amassed this stupendous quantity of objects, one at a time. And he seldom took the advice of dealers. Instead, he behaved as a dealer, except when it came to that little matter of reselling, which he was always very reluctant to do. So he was making up his own mind, and another way in which he differs is that he had a different criteria than many of the 19th and early 20th century collectors we've been examining. He was not interested so much in buying the best as in what he liked the best. And this could be, sometimes one and the same, but he was not always a connoisseur of the finest pieces. I think Stephen hinted at that when he was talking about this issue of decoration. And he was the despair of the dealers, in part because he was very slow to pay for things, which was always frustrating. but also because he seldom took their advice and instead, really followed his own taste. You see him here at the age of 31 when he took on New York by storm, buying up things right and left in the way of newspapers and placing himself on the East Coast at the time of a lot of major auction activity. He didn't have a lot of money at that point, though, because his father had died in 1891 and his mother continued to hold the fortune. So it wasn't until he was in his middle 50s that he acquired his patrimony, as it were, and his major acquisitions all occurred in the 20s and 30s and some in the 1940s. He was 40 when he married a woman 20 years of age. You see her with 3 of what would be their 5 sons, Millicent Veronica Wilson, a dancer on the New York stage. And you've seen this shot several times. I'm glad I'm showing a detail of it because this is where the family resided. First began to live at the Clarendon, which is at 137 Riverside Drive and still exists today in quite modified form. But he began to live there in around 1907, and his continual remodelings caused him eventually to just purchase the whole building. And it was 5 stories high and 30 rooms altogether. And this is the end of the armory. And you've seen it well, but we can talk about the elements of architecture, the fireplaces and stained glass. He had no stained glass at San Simeon, but the Corpus Vitriarum documents an extensive collection of stained glass. So he was in New York at this time, and of course you've seen this shot too. He was very influenced by many things, including the work of Stanford White, who had a major collection of Hispano-Moresque pottery. And truth to tell, he would have hired White to build for him had he had the funds, but he did not at that point. Hearst also began collecting Hispano-Moresque pottery, and that is what you see in the cabinets, which you've viewed before a couple of times. Also want to point out to you, because the metalwork I'll be showing you at San Simeon is very few in number. The later pieces are what we have, but you see the Spanish Gothic cross that is the central focus of that table. That piece is currently at LACMA, the institution for which Hearst was still today remains its major donor. And most of his donations being made in the 1940s. There was recently the first exhibition on Hearst as a collector there last year. So that's a Spanish Gothic silver cross and a good example of his Gothic metalwork. But I'm interested in Hispano-Moresque pieces. This is one example, which is now at the cloisters. But he assembled literally hundreds of these, and he purchased his first one in 1898. So Hearst is buying art all of his life. He doesn't wait till the end. He's influenced by a number of things. Stanford White, literature, World's Fairs, of which he was a tireless attendee, the École des Beaux-Arts, and also the influence of his mother, who was herself a major art collector, really something of the Isabella Stewart Gardner of the West, a great philanthropist. But it was at her death from the swine flu in 1919 that William inherited this vast ranch at San Simeon and immediately walked into Julia Morgan's office. He was 56, she was 41. An employee working late overheard the opening line, "Miss Morgan, I've grown tired of camping on the hill at San Simeon, no more tents. Getting a little old for that, and I'm thinking of building a little something." Thus begins a 28-year process, which you see graphically illustrated here, with Bear Hill on the left, to which he would climb as a boy, a climb so steep and far when the family camped there in his boyhood. He said that he only managed the trip by hanging on to the tail of my pony. So he and Julia Morgan, native Californians both, conceived this fantastic, in the truest sense of that term, estate that looks as if you're dreaming it, as if Spain never relinquished its ownership of California. And indeed, initially he thought of the missions and then decided they were too plain and simple. And instead they went to this idea of architecture that fuses Italy and Spain, but in the main building, really it's a Spanish late medieval prototype, a specific building, Santa Maria la Mayor in Andalusia. And that's the plate you see on the right, from the minor ecclesiastical, domestic, and garden architecture of southern Spain, a tome produced by Austin Whittlesey. And on the left, Julia Morgan's sketch. She was the first woman to graduate with her certificate from the École des Beaux-Arts and in 1902, a worldwide achievement. And she had learned, of course, a great deal about historicism and working also with steel-reinforced concrete. It's a compound of structures. The cottages, as they name these buildings, which are not exactly modest. This one has 6,000 square feet and 3 rooms, but 3 stories. They were named for their views and made of steel-reinforced concrete, and they're based on Italian villas. So it's just as we've seen this blurring between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, of the same era, there was quite a bit of blurriness between attributions of Italy and Spain in the popular literature of the time. We have, speaking of literature, 1,000 letters between Hearst and Morgan themselves, another 5,000 letters among their attendant employees, and 10,000 drawings. So we have an excellent idea of the process of creating this house. And one of the earliest letters we have begins, "Dear Miss Morgan, the main thing at the ranch is the view," which certainly does supersede everything else. But do you also see that little bit of altarpiece that they're using above the window? Often they would reuse these things as elements of decoration and in a pastiche sort of way. And the other great influence is the influence of Hollywood, because Hearst was a producer of 120 films. And there's a great social history that takes place at San Simeon. And presiding over that was the film star Marion Davies, whom you see here, the actress. This was a big scandal because he and his wife were only separated, never divorced. But Marion was the hostess at San Simeon, presiding over all this, what she called the younger degeneration, this whole group of Hollywood stars who were coming up. And it's an important point because these are people who were very alive to effect. You know, they didn't know, they hadn't been raised in erudition. They hadn't traveled abroad, as he had done, but they understood atmosphere and this magic fantasy that was American film, our single greatest contribution to the world in the 20th century art form. And so they were a very uncritical but appreciative audience for this atmosphere. And here you see Marion doing, of all things, a jigsaw puzzle. Well, Orson Welles would make a lot of hay with that, wouldn't he, later on? But anyway, she's with her girlfriends, the chorus girls of Constance Talmadge with the sash at her waist, Hedda Hopper with her eyes shaded by her trademark hat, and Frances Goldwyn. Irene Castle, who, with her husband Vernon, they were the forerunners to Fred and Adele Astaire as a dance partner team, may not have understood all of the antecedents, but when she dined in this refectory, she said, "I felt we should be gnawing on legs of mutton and throwing them to the dogs." So she did get something of the atmosphere, though, of course, it was meant to be ecclesiastical, and they called it the refectory. And there are choir stalls from Seu de Urgel in Catalonia of 14th century origin, and that's the same place where this Reja comes from. Her specialized, which is astonishing, because, of course, he was a wild generalist, buying both the best and what he liked the best. And the other way in which he's different from these other collectors that we've been discussing is that he doesn't fit the profile of a 19th century American collector at all. But if one sees him like a latter-day Beckford or Horace Walpole, that's the idea. The British gentleman collector sallying forth and acquiring these things, having individual decisions about them, joining up together the wonders, of God and man. That's sort of the sense of this tremendous assemblage of eclectic objects. So here you have a 14th century wrought iron Spanish altar gate. And then I thought we could deconstruct just one room of San Simeon's 165 to give you a sense of how it was done, because the lore goes that Hearst bought everything first and laid it out in a big field, and then they made a house, and it's not how it happened at all. Most of the objects were purchased post-architecture. However, Julia Morgan wasn't seeing them. She was getting just photographs and dimensions of things, and Hearst was making the decisions. Here you see this billiard room with the Mille tapestry and the 2 Venetian couchant lions, see them, and the breasted fireplace. Also notice the ceiling and that sculpture atop the fireplace, because we'll look more closely at these. This Mille was bought from Joseph Duveen. All of the common names come up, Demotte, Brummer, Arnold Seligman, Ray. These are the people Hirst is frequenting, but he's also an auction buyer, and an inveterate bargain hunter at that. And as Duveen called him, the prime species of grand accumulator. But he bought this piece and one other I'll show you from Duveen in 1929, French 1500, uncertain of origin because none of the other tapestries that probably were originally created with this one Mille Fleurs do survive. Here's this angel. He had a fascination with sculpture, and we'll see many examples of it. But this is a 15th century piece atop that fireplace, and see how they've taken the Nuremberg brass basin and set it behind as if it's a sort of nimbus. And here's a section. So Julia Morgan is getting, she's got this training in section, elevation, and working from a plan at the ECHO. So you see the pieces, see the couchant lions flanking that one door. Now they changed their mind and didn't use the altarpiece and instead put the Mille Fleurs tapestry. But you can see the fireplace and a bit of a suggestion of, I'm just showing you again, a bit of a suggestion of this magnificent ceiling. William Randolph Hearst acquired 40 antique ceilings, elements of architecture at Saint-Simeon, elements of architecture being one of his major collections. Here you see her drawing for the Romanesque doorway from Brummer, and it's the actual piece. And one dealer whose name has not come up, I know it's very dour, but this is the only photograph we have. This is Arthur Bine, and he was both a scholar and a dealer, and he supplied to many museums. Fisk Kimball bought from him, MFA Boston, many American museums. But he was vendor of so many of these pieces, including these magnificent ceilings, which could take up an entire lecture in themselves. But just to give you an example, this one is from Huesca, from northern Spain. It was once a claustral walkway, and we're restoring it. Its initial dimensions, 16 by 30, when Hearst bought it in the mail, which is how he bought it, in the mail, with a photograph and a written description. And it has these spectacular scenes that are just coming to life of bullfights and dog running and maidens at open windows and all. But at either end, it was extended because the room is 20 by 48. So this whole thing we keep talking about, the goal, not authenticity, but effect, certainly continues here. And Arthur Bine sold Hearst a great many pieces, we'll see along the way. More of this sort of Hollywood impact. Here you see Cary Grant and Jimmy Stewart looking just dumbstruck there. And I'm going to show you a film, mostly because I can, but do notice, it's only like 8 seconds or something, but do notice that they're walking past a medieval doorway at the front of the house. So they modeled that doorway after the Alcazar in Sevilla. But here you see Marion and Hearst at the tennis courts. Hearst, who would tell a joke about a man who had to call dollar William because he was never going to know it well enough to call it Bill, had a wonderful sort of joie de vivre that doesn't really come out in Citizen Kane because Orson Welles was wrong about a lot of things, never having gone there. Hearst chose to live among the Gothic objects, and his suite that he occupied with Marion Davies was known as the Gothic Suite. And here's the entrance to it. Here's his bedroom with another splendid Spanish 14th century ceiling from Teruel in Aragon. Here are the angels above the doorway through which one entered. Polychrome sculpture, as I said, being a major interest of his. Here's part of this Gothic sitting room, and you see this assemblage of objects. Arthur Bine tried to interest Hearst in a huge collection that was sold and in the early January of 1927 called the Conde de las Almenas collection. Hearst bought individual pieces from it. You see here the St. Peter, the processional cross, but he really was always, as I said, a single object-oriented buyer. The flamboyant Gothic chest, you see some of these beautiful polychrome pieces of St. Martin, St. Barbara, St. Anne, and Mary. These are all in his private sitting room quarters, and this is his study. With a ceiling, the ceiling that's perpendicular to the floor is 15th century Spanish and came from Bine, but these arches were inspired by the Palazzo Chiaramonte in Palermo. So it's that time when Spain owned that part of Sicily. And these are all, painted onto plaster that covers steel reinforced concrete. So it's just sort of blurring the line of old and new. Among the ecclesiastical pieces on display in that room and others nearby, this 15th century English wrought iron Gothic lectern, this triptych. And I bring this to your attention because Hirst was known for a huge collection of Madonna and Child paintings, very, very few of the crucifixion. The artist of this, Bernard Berenson, termed the master of Panzano, and after the town near Siena, where this person worked. And this beautiful little triptych from the mid-14th century he bought from the Goldschmidt Gallery in Germany in 1933. In the back of that room are a couple of beautiful French 14th century limestone Madonnas at the back, and an alabaster panneau of the Trinity. So he had English, Nottingham alabasters. Switching gears to some of the other houses, now at the Metropolitan and formerly in the collection of J.P. Morgan was the Apostles' Creed tapestry. This was originally at the Cathedral of Toledo. And we've talked a little bit about the medieval St. Donats. Hirst bought this castle, sight unseen, as Stephen said, after it was advertised in Country Life for $125,000. And he hired White Alum to redecorate it. And after being there just for a few hours, sent a 35-page memo about all the things that he wanted. The other very important building to mention with a direct connection to here is that Alva, right after clearing out the Gavay collection, sold this residence, which she had called Beacon Towers at Sands Point in Long Island, and Hirst bought it. So Mrs. Hirst, after the marital separation, lived in Alva Vanderbilt Belmont's house, which they rechristened St. Joan's because it was built in homage of Joan of Arc, and they retained the murals of St. Joan that Alva had on the walls when Hunt created this home in 1950. You can also see signs of choir stalls and period rooms, many of which John Harris details in a whole chapter on Hirst in his recent book called Moving Rooms. There's one other great house, which one doesn't often see, in Northern California called Windtune, and it burned to the ground an earlier inheritance from his mother, and they planned a grand 8-story high Bavarian Gothic fantasy, but insurance money being what it was, Hirst decided that he couldn't afford it. He was thinking of cladding it with the stones of one of 2 medieval Spanish monasteries, which he bought, one in 1925 and one in 1931. Instead, they built this village green, and the buildings on the exterior are named for fairy tales, and the work on them, this is Cinderella House, was done by Willie Pogany, whose wonderful, fanciful work we were enjoying last night in the car. So the clock is stopped permanently at 1 minute to midnight. And here is Brown Bear, the house that Hirst himself occupied in a completely delightful Bavarian fantasy, which is still a private home. And here, a close-up of the Pogany fairy tales, a rough, brusque bear gentled by the love of a beautiful woman. Back to Citizen Kane, and Orson Welles was really wrong on a lot of the biographical detail. He was awfully harsh on Marion Davies by picking this actress who couldn't, the singer who couldn't sing, and everyone thought, oh, that must be Marion Davies, an actress who can't act in the whole jigsaw puzzle thing. But he was wildly underestimating Hirst as a collector. It was completely staggering how much Hirst assembled, and the more one knows, the more astonished one is. Julia Morgan built Windtune. She built San Simeon. She started having health problems, and I'm showing you this because you can see how her face is drooping to one side. She started having inner ear problems, and Hirst started having money problems in the middle of the 1930s. Optimism in the face of contrary evidence, turning out to not be an endless success as a thought pattern. And he was actually about $87 million in debt and nearly bankrupt when he was in his middle 70s, at which point over half of everything he owned was sold. To give you, that's over half of everything he owned was sold. To give you a sense of how colossal that is, San Simeon represents 10% of his holdings. So this is a colossal dispersal, which is why his collections are all over in private hands and public ones. And I'm just showing you here at Gimbel's department store, a sale that lasted a year. This happens to be just a small portion of the armor collection. I'm so grateful to Stephen for explicating it for us. Here's one example, a horse armor, which went to the Nelson Atkins Museum, about which Hirst wrote, Miss Morgan, you are a Sibyl with the gift of prophecy. you've just created the great art gallery where I plan to put these pieces. I'll show you the art gallery in a minute. But I did want to tell you what happened when, after at these vast liquidations, they sold one of those Spanish monasteries known as Sacramania, the town it was near in Spain. Formal name, Saint Bernard de Clairvaux, built around 1141, classic example of the Cistercian style. And it was sold for $50,000 in those liquidations at Gimbel's. It was reassembled. It now resides 4 hours south of here on the Dixie Highway in North Miami. And this is just one of the monasteries. The other one that was meant to Cladwin-Toon was donated to San Francisco Fine Arts Museums and was going to become a West Coast Cloisters. But they did not maintain it. The stones were scavenged. That, again, would be the story for a whole other time. But I could not resist showing you this drawing, which is Julia Morgan's scheme for what they proposed at Wyntoun, a swimming pool to be made of the chapel. At the left is the apse around which they were going to scatter beach sand. And before you recoil in horror, let me remind you that though I was not able to show today, because this is a topic of medieval art, and we could easily go on about many other topics where hers is concerned, Julia Morgan designed two of the most beautiful swimming pools in existence at San Simeon, both of them like Roman ruins. One of them an outdoor Neptune pool, the other one like a Roman bath, an indoor Roman plunge. Sorcery, spectacle, marvel. So we can't be sure because this is a might have been, but it's one of the things they intended to do with those monastery stones. Here's the art gallery for which Morgan, as the symbol with the gift of prophecy, envisioned, and Stephen helpfully showed the interior so I could show you the outside, but it was never built. It was planned to go across the back courtyard where you see how much remains unfinished, taking us back to San Simeon. I had to show you these Venetian artists because here we are at the Ringling, you know. And then one of her greatest collections was elements of architecture. These pieces you see these are from Brummer, came in the, were set into the bare concrete of the walls and are magnificent examples of early medieval architectural objects. One last thing that's still to come is this piece from perhaps 1320, which currently is at the Getty, where we're going to determine once and for all if it is by Segna de Bonaventura, as has been attributed, or if it is indeed a work of Duccio. The thought is that it is a Duccio. If it is, I'm sure you'll hear about it, especially after the Metropolitan just spent $40 million on theirs a few years back. Anyway, this is a magnificent piece that was in her own bedroom. So to conclude, this breakneck tour, perhaps you can look here at the Ringling again, at another fantastic and romantic place on the opposite side of the continent, looking out at the Pacific. Perhaps it'll help us see this collection with new eyes. Thank you.
Christina. Well, obviously, Mr. Hearst had stepped into a different world, and you're going to take us into one as well.
Thank you, Maureen. Good afternoon, everyone. The history of the Art Institute's collection of medieval art began with a group of spirited amateurs who possessed equal parts acquisitiveness and generosity. Over the course of the next 20 minutes, and I swear I'll read really fast, so maybe 18, I will introduce you to this group of committed donors who served as de facto curators of medieval art until the museum's first professional curator was hired in the 1930s. Not surprisingly, the history of the collection mirrors the history of the city of Chicago, with members of its most prominent families playing active roles. The first phase, which began in earnest in 1893, is particularly striking. It was at this time that Chicago, an upstart city on the edge of the prairie, was vying for a position among the cultural capitals of the world. One of the most obvious manifestations of this was the Great Columbian Exposition. The doyenne of the Chicago social scene, Mrs. Bertha Honoré Palmer, served as the president of the board of lady managers for the exposition. She and her husband, the hotel magnate Palmer Potter, were also supporters of the new museum, the Art Institute, which took up residence in its Beaux-Arts building the same year of the fair. That fair with its marvelous displays and the unveiling of the first Ferris wheel in the world, which wowed visitors to the White City. Together, the Palmers amassed an enviable collection with holdings that ranged from important French Impressionism, they had Monets in their bedrooms, to Asian art, to medieval art. Mrs. Palmer was reportedly schooled in her acquisitions by no less than Wilhelm von Bode, the director of the Royal Prussian Museums in Berlin, who exerted influence over other great American collectors, including J.P. Morgan and Henry Clay Frick. So indeed, Molinier was not alone. He had a counterpart in Germany, a curator aiding private collectors. Included among the various treasures in their chateau on Lakeshore Drive were two medieval works now in the museum's collection. You see on the left a corpus, and this is actually a pastiche work, so again, authenticity, assemblage. The thin wooden carved plaques are authentic medieval pieces. However, they're probably from several dispersed works of art reassembled into one. And in fact, the narratives displayed on the bone carvings are from three different stories. And when they were put onto this casket, they were shuffled like a deck of cards, and the stories no longer make sense. On the right, you see the altarpiece of the crucifixion from the Chartreuse de Champmont in Dijon, still in the Musée des Beaux-Arts in Dijon. However, the centerpiece, beautiful carved corpus of Christ by Jacques de Bers, now resides in the Art Institute's collection. And this is a story for some other time. But again, a 19th century restorer working in Dijon made a perfect replica of the centerpiece, put that in the altarpiece when it went back into the collection at Dijon, and the original corpus surfaced on the art market in 1910, and Mrs. Palmer snatched it up. As you know, by the turn of the century, it had become obligatory for any great private collection to include a selection of medieval pieces. As Germain Seligman, the son of the important Parisian dealer, noted in his memoirs, medieval art was as valuable at the beginning of the 20th century as Cézanne's and Picasso's would become at its close, something I have to tell my colleagues at Chicago all the time. The demand was inspired in part, as we all know, by the Gothic revival of the 19th century, which led more and more Americans to appreciate medieval aesthetics. In Chicago in particular, this was reflected in the new campus of the University of Chicago, and even in skyscrapers such as the Tribune Tower on North Michigan Avenue, designed by Hood and Howells, inspired in part by Rouen Cathedral. Another Chicago couple, Martin and Carrie Ryerson, showed a deep interest in a wide variety of medieval artifacts, including ceramics, illuminated manuscripts, paintings, sculptures, and textiles, which they purchased both for their home and for the Art Institute. Their impeccable taste also ran to Greek pottery, Japanese woodcuts, and European primitive paintings. There was hardly an area of the museum that did not benefit from their extraordinary generosity. The heir to a Michigan lumber company, Martin Ryerson was educated in Paris and Geneva and received his law degree from Harvard before returning to the Midwest. He retired from business in the 1890s, devoting himself to philanthropic efforts on behalf of the Columbian Museum, now the Field Museum, the University of Chicago, and the Art Institute, which he actively supported for more than 30 years. Buying largely from dealers in Europe and the United States, Ryerson obtained some of his finest pieces from the sale in 1893 of the collection of Frederick Spitzer, again, a name we all know, the famous collector-dealer of medieval and Renaissance works, including this late 15th century Hispano-Moorish lusterware plate and the ivory triptych carved in Cologne around 1350. While Ryerson seems to have made many purchases on his own during extensive trips to Europe, he did occasionally rely on the aid of dealers such as Durand-Ruel in Paris to help him secure a series of important paintings from the Demidoff collection in 1890 and the collection of the Earl of Dudley in 1892. Some of the most early Italian paintings that Ryerson gave to the Art Institute include the devotional diptych at left, painted in the Crusader capital of Acre around 1280, and a processional cross painted by Lorenzo Monaco in 1392,
for the monastery of Santa Maria degli Angeli in Florence. And again, Ryerson is an example of a collector like Hearst, buying individual pieces and very much interested in selecting them and choosing them himself, not relying solely on advisors or dealers. Carrie Ryerson's efforts on the Art Institute's behalf were no less substantial than her husband's, especially during her tenure as president of the Antiquarian Society from 1908 to 1919. Since there was no professional staff for decorative arts at the museum until 1914, these women served for years as de facto curators, acquiring objects and maintaining galleries entrusted to their care. In the photograph of these rooms, taken around 1910, we can see just how much fashionable domestic interiors influenced the early museum displays. Indeed, like the Ryerson's drawing room, the antiquarian galleries displayed a wide variety of objects, including medieval art, in an opulent environment complete with Persian rugs and potted plants. Mrs. Ryerson encouraged the antiquarians to buy Gothic and Renaissance art, and in 1909, for example, they purchased a Spanish wooden altarpiece of the Nativity and a late 14th century stone Virgin and Child. The latter was pronounced by an expert employed by the French government to be almost, if not quite, equal to one in the Louvre, something which doesn't sound very great, but I'm sure delighted the ladies in Chicago. Ryerson's message was reinforced by none other than George Gray Barnard, again, familiar name to all of us, the American artist and dealer of medieval sculpture who in 1910 came to Chicago and gave a, quote, delightful and informative talk, end quote, on Gothic art and in the antiquarian galleries. He congratulated the antiquarians on their recent acquisitions, and he encouraged them to buy all the Gothic art they could, since every day examples grow scarcer and much higher in price, and they would soon be unobtainable at any price. As you know, his entrepreneurial masterpiece, the Cloisters Museum, opened in Upper Manhattan in 1914 and was greeted with great fanfare. It sparked enormous interest in medieval art on the part of collectors, curators, and audiences alike. During the 2 decades that followed, the Antiquarian Society sponsored a number of temporary exhibitions featuring medieval objects. The first of these featured the impressive collection of Mary Mitchell Blair, a fellow antiquarian who divided her time between 2 homes, one in Chicago and one in Paris. In 1909, Congress passed the Payne Bill, repealing 20% tax levied on artworks brought into the United States from abroad. And we haven't really talked about this today, but I think it was surely an important impetus for Morgan as well to bring his collection over when he did. This important financial consideration, coupled with the possibility of war in Europe, surely prompted Ms. Blair to return to the United States for good in 1913. She shipped most of her collection directly to the Art Institute, and the installation of it received widespread acclaim, with the Chicago Daily Tribune likening it to a small Musée de Cluny. And we've seen lots of fashionable women, Alva and others, but I show you these 2, Mary Blair and Mrs. James Hutchins, also displaying the height of fashion in Chicago. Of course, they're wearing furs. And I found out from a fashion historian, these types of dress coats are called hobble skirts. And I thought I could have left mine at home yesterday, but I should have brought mine along. During the 2 decades that followed, the Antiquarian Society sponsored a number of temporary exhibitions featuring medieval objects. The first of these featured following the success of the Mary Blair exhibition, others were also organized with the hope that patrons might buy works of art on display at the museum, either for themselves or the museum. In stark contrast to today's practices, the Art Institute even kept a salesman on staff who earned commission on each work sold. One of the most important of these quasi-commercial ventures actually formed the basis for the museum's collection of illuminated manuscripts, leaves, and cuttings. In 1915, Wilfred F. Voynich, a rare book dealer with offices in London and New York, hosted an exhibition that attracted the interest of artists, scholars, and the general public. Art Institute benefactors like Mrs. J.J. Borland made several important purchases on the museum's behalf, including the 2 important books of hours in which these images of the Nativity and the Annunciation are found. The museum's bulletin reported the arrival of 6 more Voynich pieces the following year, when they were on view in the antiquarian galleries. Others followed, and by 1935, de Ricci's Census of Medieval and Renaissance Manuscripts in the United States and Canada recorded a small but valuable collection of about 20 complete codices, along with 80 single leaves, basically the bulk of the collection we have today. The next great phase in collecting medieval art for the Art Institute was spearheaded by two other generous women. First, the inimitable Kate S. Buckingham, who donated a Gothic room and its contents to the museum in the 1920s. Strong-willed and fiercely independent, she was only loosely affiliated with the antiquarians and was proud of having never belonged to any club, church, or man, as she reportedly told a fellow companion at a dinner party once. Although Buckingham had dabbled in collecting, her true passion was creating memorials to her family. In the teens, she gave the Art Institute her brother Clarence's extraordinary collection of European prints and Japanese woodblock prints, establishing an endowment in his name. In 1921, she donated Jacobean period room, the first of its kind in the museum, in her parents' memory. Obviously encouraged by the lavish praise these period rooms garnered in museum publications and in the local press, Miss Buckingham turned her attentions to creating a Gothic room, this time in honor of her sister, Lucy Maud, who died in 1920. She spent an astonishing $300,000 to outfit this new attraction, buying work from the best dealers in New York and Paris. While she may have modeled her project in part on Barnard's Cloisters or Isabella Stewart Gardner's Museum, her surest inspiration came from her close friend, Florence Blumenthal, who had, along with her husband, amassed an impressive art collection for their Park Avenue apartment in New York City. Opened in 1924, the Lucy Maud Buckingham Memorial Gothic Room contained architectural fragments, furniture, sculpture, and tapestries. Designed by the French dealer and self-styled artiste Louis Cornillon, the Gothic Room was, at the time, a huge success. The museum's bulletin gushed that to enter the room was to, quote, step into another world, quote. Yet Miss Buckingham's largesse did not come without its share of difficulties. Much to the frustration of museum registrars, she would bring objects into the galleries herself and open up the cabinets and arrange them. On more than one occasion, the museum didn't even learn of a new acquisition until it arrived at the museum, complete with an invoice requesting payment from one of the funds she had endowed. She was even in the habit of listing the museum as her return address. Unfortunately, her enthusiasm was rarely matched by her expertise. While she did acquire several great works that the museum still proudly displays, including this 13th century wooden Corpus of Christ and the Lover's Tapestry made in Switzerland around 1500, they are, sadly, exceptions to the rule. Her brother Clarence had the guidance of a Japanese curator on staff at the museum, and he was also guided in buying Japanese woodblock prints by no less than Frank Lloyd Wright, who also dealt in prints on the side. Kate had no such professional ally on the museum staff. Therefore, after Florence Blumenthal's untimely death, Miss Buckingham was left at the mercy of dealers, and this led to a series of costly missteps. One of these, for example, was her 1922 purchase of a complete and completely inauthentic drawing room from Urishay Castle, Herefordshire, obtained through Marshall Field and Company, the department store, for $22,000. In the end, however, she did leave behind a lasting legacy that helped fund another brilliant phase of medieval collecting at the museum in the 1940s. But let's stay in the 1920s for a few more minutes. While Kate Buckingham was engrossed in her Gothic room venture, Marian Deering McCormick also became keenly interested in continuing the antiquarian tradition of acquiring choice medieval objects. She served on the Society's board, as her mother had done, from 1921, and acted as president from 1927 to 1931. McCormick's strong commitment to the Art Institute and her appreciation for medieval art were apparently inherited from her father, Charles Deering, who championed great Spanish art from the medieval to modern. Along with her sister, Barbara Deering Danielson, Marion McCormick also bequeathed two extraordinary works from their father's collection to the Art Institute, including Bernard Martorell's St. George and, at right, the extraordinary embroidered retable and altar frontal from the Cathedral of Burgos de Osma. Together with her husband, Chauncey, Marion McCormick wielded great influence in shaping the museum's continued growth, and she was instrumental in securing a number of special exhibitions, including several related to medieval art. Most influential was her work in bringing the blockbuster Guelph Treasure Exhibition to Chicago in 1931. You see here antiquarians unpacking masterpieces from their crates, accompanied by security guards who look on in great anticipation. And this is not how we open things anymore, but it's very romantic, isn't it? The Guelph Treasure Exhibition featured 82 ecclesiastical objects that ranged in date from the 11th to the 15th century. Their extraordinary artistic and historical importance was matched by their impeccable provenance. The collection had been housed in the Church of St. Blaise in Brunswick, Germany, until the Reformation, where it was safeguarded by the ducal house, descendants of the medieval Guelphs in various locations. Following World War I, the family sold the treasure for a great sum to a consortium of dealers in Berlin headed by Julius F. Goldschmidt. The group decided to sell the treasure piece by piece, and William M. Milliken of the Cleveland Museum stepped forward as the first buyer. He returned triumphantly from Berlin with 6 of the earliest and most important pieces, immediately increasing the prestige of his institution and exciting American museums, collectors, and the press. The purchase also encouraged Goldschmidt and his partners, and they decided to take the treasure on the road to New York, Cleveland, Detroit, Philadelphia, Chicago, and San Francisco. On view in Chicago from March to April 1931, the Guelph treasure received lavish praise in the local press and drew record crowds. The museum even went to the extraordinary measure of hiring armed guards and guard dogs. This photo from the Chicago Tribune shows Marion Deering McCormick proudly displaying one object she had bought from the treasure, this pyx, and in fact she's shown in front of another very important Spanish retable and altarpiece that her father had given to the museum. This photo from the Chicago Tribune shows her proudly displaying that. She also bought 3 other pieces from the Guelph treasure for the museum at this time, and she encouraged the Antiquarian Society to buy the cross that you saw in the previous slide. By the late 1930s, the profile of medieval art was extremely high, and it is not surprising that finally, in 1939, Daniel Patton Rich, the museum's director, named Oswald Getz as the museum's curator of medieval and Renaissance art. Prior to his arrival in Chicago, Getz had been a curator of the Städel Museum in Frankfurt, but he had been forced to flee Nazi Germany. One of his most pressing projects was the reassessment of the Buckingham Gothic room. 3 years after Kate's death in 1937, Rich submitted a highly confidential report to the museum's trustees in which he recommended making a number of replacements and revisions for the numerous works of dubious authenticity in the period room in order to bring it into line with museum standards. And you see here Oswald Getz with Myrick Rogers, one of our great curators of decorative arts, here in the galleries with two women. Meanwhile, the inauguration of a new Buckingham endowment gave the well-connected Getz a chance to take advantage of the small window of opportunity for making sensational purchases that opened in the first half of the 1940s. A number of these objects, including the Limoges casket at left and the Spanish Romanesque reliquary at right, belong to the widow of Harry Fuld. Both Getz and his friend Georg Zwartsenski, a former colleague from Germany who had relocated to the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, made purchases from this Meyer-Fuld collection. The story of how St. Margaret came to the Art Institute, however, has many more twists and turns and reads almost like a detective novel. Originally one of 4 saints, including Catherine, Barbara, and Agnes, to grace the altar of the Church of Saints Peter and Paul in Wissembourg near Strasbourg, this bust surfaced in a private collection in Paris in 1894. Plaster casts of the 4 saints had been made in the 1870s, and the originals were apparently placed on the market afterwards. The casts were sent back to Strasbourg, where they remain today. By 1909, the provenance of the piece had been completely forgotten, and it was sold as a 16th century German sculpture. A year later, William Randolph Hearst purchased it, believing it to be the work of a 16th century Spanish workshop. In the same year, J.P. Morgan purchased Barbara and Catherine and gave them to the Metropolitan Museum. In 1913, art historian Wilhelm Fugge studied the casts and attributed to them to the circle of Nicholas Gerhard von Leyden. Soon after, the Metropolitan busts were recognized as being part of the group. In 1943, another scholar discovered St. Margaret under a layer of 19th century paint on view at Gimbel's department store in New York. Just saw an image of that, where a group of works from the Hearst collection was for sale. Later in the same decade, Goetz was also able to buy several of the Art Institute's most noteworthy pieces from the collection of Dr. Jakob Hirsch, a fellow European emigre then living in New York. One of these is a Romanesque illuminated manuscript from Weingarten Abbey in southern Germany, and another is the head of an apostle from Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris that was supposedly excavated in 1852 during Baron Haussmann's reconstruction of Paris. By 1945, Goetz had completed his work on the medieval collection, revising the galleries and publishing a catalog to showcase new acquisitions. Of the 66 objects in that book, only 18 predated Goetz's tenure at the museum. In the preface, the curator boasts that he had assembled one of the best and most complete small surveys of medieval art in the United States. And indeed he had, albeit with a little help from his friends, the Palmers, the Buckinghams, and the McCormicks.
Such a wonderful variety of talks this afternoon. I must say it's been exhilarating to hear so many different points of view, not only to have glimpses into collections and museums, some of which still survive, some of which have been broken up, but also to see so many interesting views of certain concepts, whether it's a concept of originality and authenticity, and to hear some astonishing new theories, well proven and beautifully documented, not only about the formation of the Marble House collection, but also a whole, I think, a rather astonishing new interpretation of how the Morgan collection was both acquired by numerous museums and then dispersed. So I must say it's been quite an exhilarating afternoon. We're allotted a few minutes, I think, for some comments and discussion. And in the interest, perhaps, of setting the stage, Virginia and I will make a few general comments, and then maybe we can structure the questions around some major themes. I apologize again that we don't have too much time. I wanted to start off with an observation because the last speaker showed this portrait, this sculpture of St. Margaret of Antioch, which is, I think, in Chicago. Yes, it is in Chicago. I believe that there's a whole different aspect to this mystery, and I think Emile Gavet owned this sculpture in 1894, and it is. Yeah, it's a really big connection with our exhibition, and we can prove it through the 1894 catalog where it's listed. So just to bring us entirely full circle. Don't forget poor mysterious Monsieur Gavet. I know it's been a long day, but you said private collection Paris. No, it's our favorite Monsieur Gavet. So here we go. I just thought I had to throw that in. I just wanted to pose a kind of general question about the nature of medieval art, and we've tested this category in a couple of different ways. The border between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the borders within the Middle Ages, whether that's Romanesque and Gothic, and we heard a lot about how this was also in the process of being canonized, questioned, and then reformulated around 1900. And we've heard a little bit about what medievalism might mean, but I'd like to expand the question to a couple of speakers right now, and that is, who amongst this diverse group actually understood the culture of the Middle Ages as opposed to its decorative schemes, its visual arts, and its more secular practices that Americans seem very keen on consuming. What is it about the Middle Ages, about its religion, its literature, its culture, and its spirit was transmitted along with its visual culture? And this seems to me a kind of missing ingredient in what we've been talking about. And I bet that there was a tremendous variety just amidst the group that we've been talking about so far. And we've heard a little bit about this in Pitcairn, perhaps being involved in the spiritualism of the Middle Ages, perhaps someone like Isabella Gardner being interested not only in religious practice, perhaps as it descends from medieval times, but also its visual culture. Someone like Morgan, who was keenly aware of the intellectual and art historical heritage of those objects. But I suppose I'd like to start off with a question for Robert Maxwell, perhaps, and that is there a particular emphasis in the Romanesque in the 12th century that might explain spiritualism in the Middle Ages, and is this at all an interest in American collectors?
It's a wireless mic.
Great, thanks. Well, thank you, Alan, for that question. That's a complicated question. It has, I think, there are many ways of answering it. And I think that the literature in particular, the recovery of medieval literature in the 19th century had a lot to do with the romanticization of the Middle Ages, at least as it was consumed in the United States. This includes the recovery, the editing even of the romances, such as the romances of Lancelot, King Arthur, the Round Table, and all of that. Also, the romance of the pilgrimage roads. Also, I think became a leitmotif for many in the United States, particularly through the work of Arthur Kingsley Porter, for understanding the spirituality of the Middle Ages, especially the spirituality of the Romanesque period or of the 12th century. So I think that we might say that the collectors or the understanding of art's relation to those other phenomena is actually a little bit late. It's catching up, perhaps, a little bit, at least if we're to judge by the activity of the American collectors.
Is Paul Miller, I mean, are the Vanderbilts at all spiritual? Are they all interested in religion, in their decoration, in their art collecting?
Up here.
Thank you. No, I think actually, can you hear me? Yeah. I think it was really mostly a subject of what the Vandals were exposed to in the Grand Tour, and it's fascinating in the case of some of the more obscure Romanesque shrines that their popularity was really only due to the availability, the pending demolition of the sites. I think really what the Vanderbilts were exposed to and what they reacted to were along the main train lines in the Grand Tour, for example, Notre Dame du Gard, and some of the great churches for which casts had already been made, Moissac, that were exhibited again in Viollet-le-Duc's museum in Paris. So it was what they were exposed to directly, what was available. And again, there's this whole curious, perhaps one of our French colleagues could comment on it, the disappearance of the moles, what happened to the moles that were made for the museums in the 19th century, and to what degree did those enter artisanship collections and were dispersed and thus available for people like the Vanderbilts, who were not preoccupied with spirituality, but really on creating a series of firsts, of period rooms that would show in a very interesting but cursory way their relative connoisseurship. And once that chapter had been achieved, they abandoned it and moved on to another, rather than going deeper into an evolution of a specific art form or period.
Spirituality of the other collectors? I mean, J.P. Morgan is a big question. Is that something you want to answer? Is he spiritual at all in your... Maureen?
I think he had a deep interest in religion and also in funding, for example, archaeological expedition in Egypt, in Coptic religion, in early. So it was a very, very comprehensive, but it was mostly, I think, the passion of the objects and the passion coupled with this sort of encyclopedic late 19th century passion of, the cataloging the world, really, rather than spirituality.
I wonder, yeah.
If I could add to literature, I would say that a very influential thing for William Randolph Hearst wasn't spiritual literature, but the work of Washington Irving, and specifically Tales of the Alhambra, and this whole notion of fairy tales and castles in Spain, and then also the scholarship that was done by Gilbert Street and the work that was done by Archer Milton Huntington, who was a contemporary of Hearst. They were not friends, but they were similar. They had these strong, forceful mamas, and they both had a fascination with Spain, and they showed it in very different ways, with Archer Milton Huntington being an aesthete and the founder of the Hispanic Society of America, whereas Hearst was a journalist and a worker, and also very much a champion of the working class, but celebrating this kind of romanticized version of Spain. And so this was the era after Gilbert Street started publishing, when Archer Milton Huntington gave all these women the chance to become worldwide experts in their fields of Spanish embroidery and all of these different categories. And the Bynes were actually curators of architecture who worked at the Hispanic Society before going on to live in Spain and then vend Spanish art. So I think it's a combination of those things. And then also Sir Walter Scott and all of the Romantic literature. And I think that
really sits at the sort of fountainhead of this long tradition. Don't
yes.
you think he's translated and consumed and illustrated so much, even in the U.S.? Right?
And Hearst was very involved in that, and also that became a great formation on the arts and crafts movement in California. This whole idea of the superimposition of the Romantic ideal over the kind of Beaux-Arts ideal. Morgan was trying to combine them both.
I wonder if the audience has any questions. I mean, that was sort of the nature of my potted question, but there, the woman in white, pass her the mic. We're told to speak into the mic now.
Okay. Is this working? Yeah. I guess my question is in terms of in France, it seems that medieval collecting occurs in many cases in the context of learned societies, of the société savante, and this is what helped valorize and popularize the activities of the people who were involved in this kind of work. In other words, it gave them an audience, and they would publish these works, which would circulate to other archaeological societies or learned societies to help spread knowledge of these medieval remains. I wondered, what then is the equivalent on this side of the Atlantic? Because these societies are not the place in which this type of collecting is occurring. So is it simply the idea of their wealth, the newspaper articles? Is it because they belong to certain circles that news of these things gets out? I'm trying to understand better the context in the United States in which this kind of thing is popularized, since clearly these individuals knew one another.
Are learned societies as important as museological collecting? Because, there is a strong tradition of actually nationally sponsored or nationally connected institutions in most of the European countries to develop these collections, with the Museum of Monuments, of Comparative Sculpture, and Musée Cluny. So I'm answering your question, but from my point of view, it seems to me that museums are important. They're the things that are seen by a wider public. But there isn't an equivalent in the U.S. But would one of the speakers like to comment on that? There are different sorts of, if I may jump in, there are different kinds of mechanisms for academic discourse in the United States. It happens to take place, I think, to a large extent in Europe, because Americans publish a lot of scholarly articles in British journals, and sometimes even in French journals. So sometimes it's not necessarily helpful to look at these nations entirely separate in terms of context because there's so much transatlanticism. We've heard this over and over today. The number of people who visit the Cluny and go to Nuremberg and visit sites all over Europe. And if I may paraphrase a question from Virginia, we've been wondering very much about this kind of knowledge of European sites, and we've seen over and over again every single lecture shown us a couple of slides where they go to see the major monuments and major museums in Europe, and then at a certain point there's a kind of shift where more and more people begin to look at, to a certain extent, the Gardner Museum, but they really begin to look at George Gray Barnard's cloisters as a major linchpin or influence on medieval collecting and installation. And I wonder if any of the speakers would like to comment a little bit about that. Shirin, do you want to say anything about, or Elizabeth? No.
There was a couple of things I would. Oh, what have I done? Okay. Well, there's so many questions embedded in that one, but one of the speakers mentioned Henry Adams, Mont Saint-Michel, and Chartres. I think that is important for the public, 1902 or 1903, because it's about the Virgin of Chartres. It is about the spirituality that you mentioned, and it looks at the Virgin of Chartres is the sort of mid-12th century stained glass La Belverrière, as far as I understand. It is that 12th century. But then whoever was making, I can't remember, there's so many talks, who made what point, the point about Stephen Fry. And I touched on this myself yesterday about the modernism, and I think that the public also was, in New York at least, exposed to the Armory show in 1913, the very 1 year before both Barnard's Cloisters opened and the Morgan Loan Show opened. And both of those shows were tremendous successes. The Armory show wasn't, as far as I understand, a lot of people were upset by it, but they saw it. They'd never even seen this or thought about it. So their consciousness was being pierced, so they were learning to understand more about some of the sort of aesthetic qualities of this medieval art that maybe they hadn't really appreciated before. They had just sort of only gone for the late Gothic, and they were beginning to understand that they could also appreciate the more primitive work. So I think there was these twofold things were happening in the public in the early 20th century. But in the 19th century, all that I have been able to read and find that the Americans, because they were Protestants and they were not royalists, and so much of this old art was Catholic, that they didn't connect to it the way Alan was asking, did they? That was my impression from what I've
seen. It's interesting, but James Jackson Jarvis, kind of advocates for a universal spirituality. If you think of the sort of universalist and the ecumenical movement in the 1890s, it's very late in the 19th century, but it conforms to the spirit of looking for truth in universal spiritual values. And I don't have an answer for this burgeoning interest in medieval art, but I do wonder whether there's a tie-in between, even among very strict Protestants, and most of these collectors, in fact, are Protestant, but have ventured into medieval art, whether this new kind of ecumenical movement or ecumenical spirit might be, passed on in some way. Ulrich has a... Oh? Well? Well?
In Waterston, and it's very interesting
There's
to
a Mason's Lodge in
Mason,
Waterston?
yeah, there was one in the pub, and it's very interesting to see that actually this is a movement which happens every now and then. I saw this working on the cabinet makers in the French Revolution. There's a progressive force which comes through the unifying movement of Freemasonry, and this is perhaps something one can include into this. Yeah? It's an idea, which is something we don't think about right now. I don't know who of you might have been in touch with masonry. I'm trying to.
We're not allowed
read
to say,
books.
actually.
I don't know, but it's
one of those vows that Virginia
right
took, I think.
The book you gave was
there was a comment here. Oh. Thanks, Marie.
Well, I was just going to say, there's a sort of, when we talk about spirituality in medieval art, there's also, with these 19th and early 20th century collectors, an elephant in the room, which is, as Elizabeth is alluding to, Catholicism. They don't want to touch the context, the original context for the work of art. Like, that's all we are sort of preoccupied now in current art historical methodology. But at the time, for example, the Guelph treasure, as it tours the U.S., 1931, in the press, these are liturgical objects. These are for the celebration of the Mass. They still contain their relics. Nobody wants to touch that with a 10-foot pole. All they talk about is the gold and the gems, and it's a treasure, and it's the height of the Depression, and everybody wants to get out of their depression and see these gold treasures, and so we have to hire guard dogs. But there's such a prying away from the church, and the Catholic Church in particular, also with the cloistered spaces, like the Gothic Room in Chicago, and all the cloisters at Toledo and Kansas City and Detroit. If you read press clippings about when those spaces were unveiled, they're not talked about in terms of spirituality. They're talked about in terms of great places for concerts, musical concerts, like at the Gardner Museum, or great places for meditation. So yes, it does seem to be this kind of universal, spiritual, but very sort of cleansed of any earlier church and Catholic indoctrination.
I'll just interject one sort of comment on that, and that is, I think Isabella Gardner, although she's really kind of an exception by herself, was extremely interested in religious function, had 2 chapels actually consecrated by her. It's a high Anglican church, not really Catholic church. And she invited people of all religions to come. And she made a kind of personal practice and was very proud of that. But I think you're absolutely right. It was very rare. And as one moves away from urban centers, it becomes probably even rare away from the East Coast. Flaminia.
No, I just wanted to say something about Isabella. How do I do this?
Hold it further up. It's better if you stand anyway.
Okay. No, something very quickly about when some historical moments. In fact, the cloisters and the Morgan collection are visible at the very same time. And at the very same time, there's this the Elia Volpi sale in New York, and which is a major sale that lasts days on medieval, so-called medieval and early Renaissance things. So what happens really is, or this collection that you showed of people coming back from Europe and bringing back their things. So it really, in the First World War, there is a shift of much more art being visible in New York and being available in New York, both in the marketplace and in museums for a number of reasons. And really what is quite remarkable, if one looks at the reception of these things from the 1910s till the First World War, because of the Armory Show, because of a lot of the tone of the criticism, but even the newspaper criticism changes radically and becomes more serious, more tuned to modernism, but also tuned to the climate of the war, the climate of it's over the Gilded Age. So this is not anymore. These are things for the public, for the people, so the museum is their place. And, in the debate of the Morgan sale, this is very, very visible.
I was going to say that just in relation to Philadelphia anyway, I wanted to kind of a spiritual appropriation, because I think Fisk-Kimball, in writing about the period rooms and making the medieval galleries in Philadelphia, he more or less says, let America's museums be the equivalent to Europe's cathedrals. And I think that.
Oh, I just had one other question for a couple of our speakers, whoever wants to answer it. Is that when I've been thinking about John Ringling and what he was trying to do here, there's a lot of, we talk a lot about John and Mabel spent half their lives in Europe. They spent an enormous amount of time in Europe. But yet, I always had the impression that he was also looking at, his colleagues in America. He was looking at Morgan, at what Walters was doing in Baltimore, at his friend William Randolph Hearst, that he was also trying to situate his own museum within an American tradition and within his own home within an American decorative tradition. I'm wondering, Stephen or Christina or people who were where we have a sort of like the next. Jack. Where you have this sort of next generation, the museums that are actually being formed in the first few decades of the 20th century, or in the as we move into the 1920s, 30s in terms of collecting. Is there this bit? Are museums looking at? Is everyone still looking at the Met? Is everyone looking at the Gardner? Or no? I'm sorry, I'm not formulating this right. Are they looking at European museums as their models, or are American museums looking at other American museums as their model? Are American collectors looking at other American collectors as their model, as opposed to looking at European collections? And also, I think Paul raised an interesting point, which is that Allard goes back to Blenheim to work on the house there, having worked on all of, or having worked on the American. Where do we also, is there any impact on Europe then?
We're
in
all
terms
Americans now.
With regard to the Cleveland Museum of Art and its early formation between 1913 and 1916, I can say that William Milliken, who became director in 1930, but arrived in Cleveland in 1919 as a young decorative arts curator from the Met, was very cognizant about modeling the Cleveland Museum on what he knew at the Metropolitan Museum. The same was true of Frederick Allen Whiting, the first director, appointed in 1913, supervised the construction of the museum. He, too, looked to the Metropolitan as a model of what the Cleveland Museum ought to be. I don't know if that answers the question, Virginia, but at least in the case of Cleveland, yes, they were looking towards other U.S. museums. And the premier museum in the land at that time, and possibly still so, is the Metropolitan. Christina, did you have a...
To sort of add to that, I think like Cleveland, Chicago, we still look to the Met, I have to admit it. That's like our model for everything. But it's interesting because you have civic institutions. And so you have these founding fathers of different cities that have to have a museum in their city to sort of give an imprimatur to their city, whether it's to improve the arts where they are. I think the answer is there are many different things that they're looking at. There's a keeping up with the Joneses. The founding fathers are always interested in what's Walters, what's Morgan doing, what's Hearst doing, and what do we need to do for our own civic institution. But like I said, there are these press clippings from the early teens and 20s about Chicago, how we have a little Musée de Cluny. So we do also care about what European traditions are, because that's going to give our institutions class and add us to the trajectory of these earlier traditions.
Does Chicago explicitly say they're looking at the cloisters?
Well, I think it's pretty evident that 10 years after the cloisters opens, that Kate Buckingham has her Gothic room.
People say this all the time for the cloisters. But is there any direct evidence for it, is what I'm asking.
Well, Barnard came and talked to the antiquarians. He tried to sell us, like he tried to sell other people, the cloisters, and he couldn't do it. So he set up his own. He came to Chicago in 1910. He couldn't sell it en bloc. So he sets up his own showroom. He's like Emile Gavet. The cloisters isn't a museum, it's a showroom. And it's enormously popular, and then it sparks this whole new museological
This is a
trend.
leitmotif. We've seen that the Morgan exhibition of 1914 was a showroom. We've seen that the Gavet apartment is a showroom. So there are lots of dealers' objects for sale, I suppose.
Hello. I just wanted to add something about this topic. It's
I think that it's true, and I think it's that American curator and private collectors look now to American institution, but we shouldn't forget that in this American institution there were a lot of European, and we shouldn't forget Valentina, who shaped the display of many of these institutions. And so even if it was definitely looking towards American institution and curator, there were some European connection through this young and very important generation of curator shaping display of medieval and Renaissance art.
I think that's very important. Not only did these early collectors travel a great deal, but we've seen, again, the crucial role of Allard, bringing over so many treasures, and then European curators. And the flood becomes even bigger in the 20s and 30s as more and more Europeans make their way to American museums, Roger Fry, for example. And yeah, I think it's an excellent point.
Well, rather than doing any more talking, I'm going to invite you over to the exhibition, Gothic Art in the Gilded Age. They're holding the galleries open for us until 6 p.m. I want to thank all of our presenters. I want to thank our audience. I want to thank all my colleagues here who assisted with today's production. And Symposius, we will see you for dinner at 6:30 in Treviso. But enjoy the galleries, and we can carry on discussions in those rooms.